Good morning, everyone. It is a little early today. I was absolutely unable to sleep. And, so here we are. I have confirmed that, clearing the Xenos off of Darnkess will not cause, me to go into Act 3. And so I shall go do that. Instead of admiring themselves, monkeys should direct their gaze to the world around them more often. I don't like that I'm alone. I'm looking at my trophies. I haven't really looked at these before.
Something of interest.
What is this? Celestial Eye. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm not going to be using it. But it is interesting. Cool. I have some level ups on people, but that's fine. How's it going, Falcon? Hope all's well. I think you had the weirdest sleep ever. Went to bed at 3 a.m. and was completely rested at 4:30. Dude, those are the best. Or worst. It honestly depends on how stable you need to maintain your sleep schedule. Alright, let's go talk with Earliet. Taking careful steps, almost without a sound, Earliet examines the study's interior, raising her brows in surprise and muttering something to herself in Eldari tongue. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. I had no idea this was your dwelling until I entered it. Eldari turns her emerald gaze on you. It seems she is completely unfazed by your sudden appearance. Your family over till tomorrow afternoon, so I wasn't able to watch much of the stream. Ah, that's fine. I am probably into spoiler territory at this point, so, you know. On my craft world, we all held to a simple custom. You may set your foot wherever your path requires. Sacred ground was the only exception to this rule. There's something sacred in this room, Elentak? I do not think so. I'm somewhat surprised, but I'm not opposed to such visits. You may come here anytime you like. Do I need permission to do so? But is your entire world contained within this tiny metal cage, Elentok? Your ship, these chambers, they're but a speck of dust, an island, a temporary shelter in a world that is far bigger and more expansive than... Well, enough of that. Now that you're here, I wish to speak with you about our agreement. I have traveled through the Veil many times inside your steel-winged bird, and every time, her voice torments me, trying to drive me mad. Clearly it stares through you, unconsciously touching the spirit stone on her chest with a trembling hand. Her whispers fill my ears each time I enter the warp, inescapable and incessant, poisoning and inflaming every single emotion and thought, making them uncontrollable. I have learned to shut myself off as best I can, just so that I might have the chance to search for what I've lost. And we have managed to find some of the children of Kruderak, find and bear witness to their horrifying fate. I think that every step I take to discover Kruderak's fate brings nothing but doom to my brothers and sisters, and still, I ask you not to stop. With every cycle, those still hidden in the darkness of the cosmos draw closer to their demise and obscurity. Out of all the Monki I have met, I thought that you Elentok, might be able to understand me and my pain. I was not wrong to think so, was I? I remember our agreement, and I will fulfill it. No matter what, you tried to keep your promise, even if your species loves to stamp out any life form they find undesirable. Gives you a barely visible nod. Her face is clouded with emotion, but you cannot read her expression. Your words, Elentok, they are something that still gives me hope. How's it going, Cleve Wizard? Hope all is well. Yes. Many people still know. I just know that Falcon does not yet. Or has probably not been here yet. Clearly its words are interrupted by a strange sound, similar to a stifled sigh. Her gaze trained upon something past you. Turning around, you see what has caught her attention, an odd, unsightly shard of porous material, mounted on the wall like a trophy. An entire kaleidoscope of emotions plays across her face, changing too quickly to catch. She sighs once more, and then her feelings are concealed behind an impenetrable, impersonal mask. What is this, Monki? Something has changed. It is as though you have cut yourself off from me. What is going on? Clearly it looks at you, her eyes devoid of every emotion, every shred of life and warmth that you previously beheld in them. You are observant, Elentok. How unusual. But there is no need to trouble your mind with conjecture. I have inflicted enough of my unbridled feelings upon you, but I am in control again. Enough, I have lingered here too long. From now on, I will avoid entering places you would prefer to keep hidden from me. What? Whatever. What a weird-ass dialogue. I might be starting to understand how Irliot's, romance can be janky. Up to this point, it was pretty chill. That was just odd. You've done a bunch of stuff and forgot to save, so you have to redo it? Napping and making quesadillas sounds good, though. Alright, let's go play with the ships over Darnkess. How many are there? 3? Larger than cruiser. Okay, so that will still land. Why am I... Okay, I just have a bugged thing again. There's one over there, and the big one down there. I will come over here. And then warp. And then I will arc augury. I will put this on my right side because that shield is less than my front. And it is the one that is likely to get hit if they move forward. I mean, okay. Go ahead, beat up the Heartless, I don't care. Not too much. This is getting destroyed, likely. Yep. All that escort ever does is just eat like 2 hits. So be it, however. Yeah, I'll just come up here. I'm not too worried about this. I'll get some free damage in. We have the interceptors come down here and fire upon them. Oh no, my interceptors. What'll I do? Heartless carrying. Go, my torpedoes.
Annihilate them! Unleash up! This one's going down.
Warp Master, or Warp Channeler. Easy game. Didn't even take a point of damage. Oh, the bomber's still down there. Right. That's whatever. And now it's not.
Got them.
I doubt I'll get the upgrade before some sort of cutscene kicks in. Oh, no, I can. Cool. Alright, what do we want? Torpedoes and attack craft gain 60% evasion against enemy attack craft. And nope. Each attack craft, okay. Rugged repair. Restart shields. I'm kind of okay with that, but I usually use that at the end of the turn, where it doesn't really matter too much. It affects the next turn, but it's not that big a deal. Oh! Oh, this just makes me act before all enemies in most encounters. You know what? I know what I'm taking here. Cool. And then I can take another. Hold up. What if I... What if I grab Sanctified Restart here? What does Sanctified Restart 2 look like? It doesn't have one? Okay. It was something worth looking into. Cool. I don't use flak anymore, so I'm okay switching over to this. That'll do. And I will upgrade, because why not? Return to Darnkess. Yes. Okay. This looks like a hellhole.
A new challenge for me?
Bursarian, report. Clementia is looking a little disheveled, but her appearance otherwise remains unchanged. Her steely gaze and tightly pressed lips speak of perfect composure. Praise the throne, your lordship. You're here. Your subjects need you now more than ever. Darnkess has been hit by a mass Xenos attack. The fleet's resistance was broken in mere hours. Then the invaders commenced a planetary raid. The planetary defense forces were able to hold the inner perimeters of several cities. 2 of the attacks were stifled on the approaches to settlements, but the fights continue, here as well, in the Von Valencius Palace. The Drukhari are after living victims above all else. Why would they waste their forces assaulting the palace when they could be storming another city? Alas, I don't know the answer, your lordship. When the Xenos attacked the palace, they sent a force so great that the increased warden presence and the defense perimeter were wiped out in minutes by the throne. Whatever they're looking for in there, they've spared no troops to get their hands on it. Any details? What has transpired on the planet? The attack began a few hours before dawn over the capital. They first attacked the fleet. We received boarding calls right before we lost communication with the crews. Their sacrifice wasn't for naught. The ground troops had the time to start mobilizing, and the civilians went on to organize the defenses. Several hive cities managed to hold their perimeters, others sustained greater losses, and 2 cities were completely devastated. Our intelligence still knows nothing about the fates of millions of people. There is a high likelihood that we've lost them forever. You did all you could. Xenos are dangerous opponents. I vow to make the Xenos pay dearly for every human life they've claimed. Oh, what I wouldn't give to join the punitive expedition, your lordship, but my duty is to the welfare of this planet, not military operations. Clementia's voice grows sterner, and she practically spits out, "This is my plea to you, rogue traitor. Make them rue the day that they decided to assault Darnkess." Where's Governor Drivestem? The governor is currently protected within a well-fortified bunker, as are the heads of the other noble houses. Clementia grinds her teeth audibly. Still, each family has provided all available resources to the defense of Dargonus, or rather, the defense of their respective regions. I don't see a single arbitrator. Have they decided to cower behind the walls of their headquarters? Not at all, your lordship. There are approximately 100 Arbites in the capital right now, and they are all defending the Administratum, thanks to their bravery and fighting prowess. It is one of the few places in the Hive that the Xenos have failed to overrun. What's the current situation? The PDF is in the process of exterminating the enemy forces on the planet. Extra batteries have been assigned to the assault on the palace, but without a strike force that could make it inside, we won't break their resistance. I have a feeling that the palace is the anchor point of the enemy's raid. Our Vox engineers are registering unknown signals coming from your residence to other areas on the planet. The scum must have set up a control center inside. We take out their command, and will weaken their peripheral forces. Enough talk, I'm going in. With awe and gratitude, I transfer the command of the ground operation over to you, your lordship. The local troops are at your service. I beg of you, save Dargonus. We have a transmission. Report from Squad 2. Command, Lieutenant, report. Lieutenant, we do not read you. Repeat. What? Emperor, help. Alright, so here's the question. Am I able to leave right now? No. I actually have to, like, finish clearing to leave. I am okay with that. I have hits that get rid of traumas. Over here, yeah, that's fine.
I cannot believe it. In the entire history of the Von Valancius Protectorate, there has never been an attack on the capital world.
Alright.
Victory awaits! I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy. Do not leave.
Okay, Argenta's going pretty early. 3, 3, 3. Oh, there's a bunch over there, too. Okay, that's fine. I will be there. Abelard, you can be here. Jai, you can be here with Copper Tongue there. Kadira, Vesper. Argenta, you can chill there. Aogun, you are there. I think that's everybody.
Astute observation.
We buff me. And then throw this down for some extra damage. Over here, bring it down. Pull the bold. Go extra exploits.
Suits my purposes. Nothing
Purifier
I
plan.
can't do.
What was the thing that I took most recently? Ah, yes, extra stacks have never stopped shooting. What is the minimum damage of this? 28? Did it say half of? So I'd get 14? Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Not a problem. Nowhere to hide. But not by much.
Okay, and then we do this. And of course we miss. We miss, essentially the one we wanted to get. This is fine. Aogun, you can more or less chill. Buff Abelard a bit. Oh. Once it... I swear I keep seeing 3 and then I use this and then I have none. I need to pay better attention to that. Well, so be it.
Observation.
Argenta, you can come over here. Are you able... Yes, this tile right here can get all of them. Let us Furious Recital.
I'll do it.
Come up here. Reckless Rush.
Without deeds is worthless.
Really? Okay. I thought we'd provoked an attack of opportunity from weird movement shit. I was gonna be a little annoyed. Rapid fire.
Doubt is for the weak.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
As the Emperor
Run and gun?
commands, I act. I'll do it.
Here we are. if I come over here, we can use Firearm Mastery and be in range of the buffs.
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Okay, then we fire down here.
As the Emperor commands, I do my Emperor.
Call this a strike?
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay.
Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated. As the Emperor commands, is why I was chosen. Pay for this in blood. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
What is left? Oh, a single winch over this way.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Withstand my vengeance.
We can take care of that.
My revenge will be delectable.
It goes last in the turn. Alright, we'll just move up.
Guided by faith.
I can move over here. And then perfect
Nothing I
spot.
can't do.
It said it wasn't... I swear it said it wasn't using a, point. I, like, quadruple checked. Whatever. We can just use this.
My time is now. Give them stand a chance. Doubt
I'm
is
playing
for
so
the
poorly right now. Thankfully, it doesn't matter against these trash fights. What do we have? Hekatari Blade. I will take 2 of them. And then move the rest over.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, that is, back to what you said, Cleve, about doing a bunch of stuff and then, forgetting to save. I will say that is one benefit to Grim Darkness. I do not have to worry about that. I close out of the game, it saves.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Whether I want it to or not. Alright, we'll come down mid. Attack use. Let's get in there.
Machine God was benevolent to me.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Okay. Are there others?
And done. My pleasure.
Idira, is there something you wish to tell me about? Namely, the mess in the wardroom last week.
Ugh, stop blaming me every time one of the officers flies off the handle, old man.
Not every brawl or disaster on this ship is because of me.
It's about time.
Man, Adira takes a lot of flack. And honestly, after she threatened Nuncius, kind of deserves it. Tazara. When Tazara notices you, her face contorts into a mask of rage. The Drukari's lips stretch into a predatory grin that bears no trace of her former haughtiness, only the promise of pain. You, malformed monkey, putrid vermin, you will pay for every moment that I have spent on this pitiful planet. Tell me what your objective is in the palace, and I might grant you a swift death. I will not stoop to explain myself to monkey, let alone a worm like you. A swift death? I will teach you the true art of killing. One drop of blood, one moment of insufferable agony at a time. Tazara's shriek drops to a hiss. I suspected that you and that true-born cur were working together. He did not make me and my sisters linger here on a whim. He had a reason, and that reason involves you, yes? Is that it? Tell me. Just nod, so I can stand before the Archon and accuse him of treachery and compromising the raid? What are you talking about? Enough. I will beat the truth out of your dead bodies, yours and Mara's eyes. Sisters, attack. I come up here. I think since this is half cover, I should have line of sight on things. Abelard, you come over here. Adira. Jai. Aogun, you can be there, and Argenta. I'll have you there. I think everybody's in buff range for everything. Ooh, Adira's going second. I like that. We use the hotbar up top to buff because easy to misclick.
Executing command.
Give extra damage. I should just use the rear here instead. It's 19% extra damage. But this also gives armor. And like 9% extra damage or something. So it feels a little more universally useful. We bring it down. Oh yes, I have a good line of sight here. Tazara.
Suits my purposes.
I shall hunt you.
Already done.
Surefire plan.
Nowhere to hide.
And then we use this.
Another clean strike.
Always hits. It will always amuse me that it says it always hits. Because it 100% does not. Yogun.
Executing command.
Off Abelard.
Astute observation.
Fire. And I can't reach with this. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine.
But of course.
There was like 2 frames of latency there when she cast the spell, and I was afraid she was blowing up. Would have been funny.
Will do. On it.
Alright, let's move
It's
the bird
my
up
toy,
here.
and I'm gonna control it myself.
And then we can move here. And sensory deprivation, all of them.
What is this foreboding?
Sucks for them. And then we can... Can we only hit... Can we only ever hit 2? I think so. That's fine. We will debuff the big one.
Anything else?
Poor Tazara. Having a real bad day here.
Was
And then we throw extra exploits on for me. And now, no matter what happens, really, I'm okay with the result. Oh, you know what? I should have done this first. Whatever, it's gonna eat the exploits. I'm okay with that.
Will not submit.
Adira, no!
stop it!
Their death won't be easy.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
We go perfect spot here. Because it really is the perfect spot. I have vision on, like, everything. And then I will surefire
Suits my
plan.
purposes.
I do have hunt down the prey on you.
Nothing I can't do.
I'm not the enemy.
Okay. And then these are threes.
Suits my purposes. I don't have time for this. All too easy. Value has been lost.
Did that give me another stack? Sometimes it interacts weirdly there. 9 stacks? Yes, it did work. Okay. Enthralled Marauders, huh? I have an extra attack here. Let us. Precise attack.
Suits my purposes. None shall survive.
Alright. I do believe that's about everything I can do here. I will throw a hot on the trail on this witch.
Not a problem for me.
I've never felt
Leave her to rot.
I'm fine with that. Over here. We advanced tracking.
Don't get too
Adira
cocky.
had served her job.
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Commands are more
Medicaid
pleasant
signal.
to give than to follow.
Give me a
Wanna see a
full
trick?
turn. Okay, this is a 93. So we can take that.
All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
You are a 93. Are you a... Yeah, you're a 3.
Nothing I can't do.
Let us surefire plan. After we call the bold and throw extra exploits on.
Suits my purposes. Already done.
Alright, and then we reload. And I have 2 more shots to fire. 1 this way, 3 this way. Let's precise
too
attack. 77%. We'll take that.
Nothing I can't do.
And we'll miss. Twice. Thrice.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
There we go. This is absolutely fine. Jai. Does giving Argenta a turn do much for me? It might. Negative.
As the Emperor
Reckless
commands,
rush.
I act.
Okay, we'll come up here. Actually, we will
Doubt
Furious
for the
Recital.
weak.
Then come up here. And fire upon them.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Okay. Then we come over here and we fire our mastery.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Oh, there's a bunch over here that I haven't gotten yet. That's fine.
Faith without deeds is... That's why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I eradicate it. Doubt is for the weak.
Yep. All good. I do not believe I have anybody else I can fire upon. Abelard.
Indeed.
Endure.
Victory
Reckless
is imminent.
Rush. Then we come up here and charge.
My place is at the fore.
Okay, and then I use Daring Breach.
For Von Valancius.
You get a bunch of attacks back.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
And then we switch over to this. Slap them.
One fewer target.
And then switch back.
Reduced to dust.
And then switch back again. Just to get versatility stacks.
Follow my lead. Target well struck.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis. And weigh
Well, that was
every-
chill.
Sometimes the
Did you want something?
You. I
Did I
feel like I
mention
should
that my-
probably
No
use one of these on you.
Let's patch you up.
Just in time.
There we are. Bloodthirster. It's a two-hander. Sadly, two-handers aren't that great for my party comp. Activate the turrets. Oh, that was an
None
option.
shall stand in my way.
Oops. Who needs the turrets?
New challenge for me?
Come on, walk faster to loot. Don't be that way. Alright, let's activate the turrets, because why not? It's XP, probably.
Solve this conundrum.
Yeah, I gave XP.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Cool. Okay, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when the ads finish. I am kind of curious, since nothing's going on right now. What does the Exemplar look like? First tier archetype talents, Exemplar talents. Second tier archetype talents. I see. Neat. Okay. Alright, the ad's finished. Let us continue.
Follow my lead.
There's an athletics check there, athletics check there. Yeah, I know. They really made the place look better. How you doing, Fiji? Hope all is well.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
We grab the goods. And then hop back down for more
Unexpected
XP.
result.
And then come over to this side to do this one for XP.
Compared to
We need
naval
to
service,
investigate.
that was barely a challenge. Experience? Nothing
Wrapped
matters
up with
more.
Darnkess. Hoping to get to advance the DLC to more interesting bits soon. Nice.
An expected result.
It's about time.
You'll note that they were too afraid to damage the statue of the Emperor.
Halt. I noticed something.
I'm looking forward to going to Kiabagama for the first time. I've been in Act 2, like, 5 times, and this will be my first time going to Kiabagama.
A job for me. And done.
Also, Jai is just disgusting with the skills. There is no other word for this.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Let's head over this way. Ah, Marzai. Marzai casually gestures with his hand, either welcoming you or inviting you to admire the brutalized hall. At last, I was beginning to think that your lumbering bucket had perished on the way back. Such a resolution would have satisfied neither you nor me, would it? The sight of a Xenos lounging in the dynastic throne makes Abelard's face turn crimson. What? How did... You will cease defiling a relic of the Imperium with your presence, Xenos scum. What, this abomination? The Drukhari taps a finger on the armrest. With pleasure. But first, I will finish my conversation with your master, Monkey. Let's see. The Drukhari freezes for a moment. Oh, I can feel your anger, your rage, and your pain from witnessing the state of your halls. I trusted that you would appreciate our efforts here. I could have long vanished in the tangles of the webway without awaiting your arrival, Monkey. But I could not refuse myself the small pleasure of savoring your torment at sight of what I have done to your home. You deceived me when you appointed the place of our final battle. Deceived? Equals can be deceived. But you, I merely used. You played the part given to you perfectly. You were exactly where you were supposed to be, and did exactly what you were supposed to do. Everything except die. Why did you attack the palace? The sole thing that your kind is good for, Monkey, is your ability to suffer. I have long been surfeited with physical pain. Your kin provide it in abundance from their cages in Kamaro. The pain of the soul, on the other hand, is a rare delight. After all, I had to recompense. Man, I'm having trouble pronouncing things today. You for all the trouble you have caused me. However, Did I not give you a gracious gift as well? That pesky meddling Tazara who harrowed your little worlds for so long? You have garnered her head, and I, a peaceful existence where she is not constantly in my way. He gives you a thin smile. To die at the hands of a monkey is the worst possible punishment for a champion of the gladiatorial arenas of Camera. And her final moments were torturous. Zara was under the impression that we were working together. What nonsense did you put in her head? The pompous waste of skin thought that I would associate with monkey? I wish I did not leave her death to you and instead cut her out her heart myself. Still, to take note of my interest in your person was quite perceptive, even more so for a brainless arena witch. Now that our meeting has taken place, my business here is done, I've spent enough time in real space, and it is time to bid you goodbye.
I don't want to leave you all alone. You wouldn't appreciate that, would you? Camelites of the Reaving Tempest, I leave this monkey to you. Enjoy yourselves! Die, inhuman scum! Are you challenging me, Elf?
Alright. It's the worst in the best ways. Okay, how do I want to go about this? It's so adorable. Look at it. Its tongue could snake all sorts of places. Alright. I will go there. Adira, you can go there. Vesper's there. Jai. Argenta. They're really all around us. There is no really good position for me to set up, really. No, I have not fought these things before. Negates all incoming damage from every second successful attack. Okay, that's kind of annoying. That's the tutorial chaos spawn armor. That's whatever. It doesn't look that scary. Minor annoyance. That's about it. Yeah. I ran into that gimmick once before from an item. I think it was. Maybe it was if they were under like 75% HP it happened or something. I don't remember. There was something that did similar. I'm not too worried about it. I throw this down for armor and damage. Oh, how do I want to go about this? Let us pull
Suits my
some
purpose.
exploits down here. The Snekos are neat. That is a little neat. They have a lot of stuff going on, too, here.
Already done. All too easy. Then your value has been lost.
Easy. And I get a free attack off because of Expert Finesse. The bounty hunter immediately reloads their weapon and attacks the closest enemy in their line of sight. Now, this is another 3.
Not a problem for me. Suits my
Surefire
purposes.
plan.
All that in me was your biggest son.
Oh, didn't quite. Oh god, what the? Ow! What? I didn't see them.
I'm wounded.
Hello? Why did they get a turns? That's not anywhere on their character sheet. Is that the Beastmaster's character sheet? No.
Back into the fray.
Yeah, that says after theirs. They didn't get a turn, though. This creature grants its ally an extra turn right after its own. It didn't have a turn. It never got a turn. It just died. What kind of horse shit is that?
All too easy.
Astute observation.
Oh, that's actually gonna hurt me? I thought I... Did I not give myself Galvanic Field? Suffers no damage from Aogun's ranged attacks, including Magna Rail, Blast, and Transonic Wave. So why is it saying, I will take damage? Alright, I don't trust that. I will just fire on one of these then.
The machine.
Game's being all sorts of glitchy right now. Ow.
The weakness called to me.
Alright.
I will do my duty.
This is not going well. Going to Reckless Rush. Come up here. Heal me.
Let me help.
I stand in recognition.
And then come here. And sworn enemy into attack.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call.
And then I can shield bash it
Sure have.
to get rid of its damage negation. Argenta, come on up here. Ensure that I am as healed as
Pain
possible.
will subside.
Ah, thank you. Now, where were we?
Then we come down here. And Furious Recital.
Your last stroke of luck.
Concentrated Fire.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do Rapid Fire. Okay. This is fine. Did I use Reckless Rush? I did not. I will use Reckless Rush, though.
Rejoice in battle.
Hacking Dodge. Can I get my buffs, please? And can everything and its mother stop attacking me specifically?
Back into the fray.
I get 2 attacks of opportunity if I move. I am not happy with that. Idira, are you stunned? How did you get stunned? Fuck, man. Alright, well, I have the shotgun at least. Oh yeah, no, I have a shotgun just for this instance. I will pull the bolt. Go extra exploits on this one.
My purposes. Not a
Surefire
problem.
plan. Get the hell off of me. Shame that this one, I mean, it went prone, but it didn't die. Alright, I guess that's gonna be good enough here. Do I have any, like, injuries here? Somehow do not. Yeah, it had its immunity proc. That's fine.
I feel cold. Pain cleanses the body.
Nothing of value has been lost. Curse you, miscreant.
They really like hitting me specifically.
So
how many
bad I'd
combat
never
stims
leave
they're
that
using?
unpaid. 2 are better than 1. You've got a problem, I've got a price. I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
Medicaid signal.
Plenty to give than to follow.
Abelard didn't get the buffs. Whoops. How do I want to go about this? I'm not able to give myself an extra turn at this point. Argenta, I guess? They're bugged and eat all of the stims for some reason. That tracks. Let's be honest, that tracks.
Tell me, and it is done.
You could tell me that's not a bug and I'd probably believe it. If I move here and use this, it only hits them, it does not hit any of my party members. Cool. In that case, we move up here.
Guided by faith.
Concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, you can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And then we'll just come back down here.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Hey again. Give me a nice take aim. Voice of command Abelard. And then, get rid of that guy. Guy, you can't really do anything here. Alright. And now I get my revenge.
Conduit of the machine god's will. All too easy. Already done. The enemy was your biggest mistake.
I should have moved first. Whoops. This is fine. We'll go perfect spot.
Nothing
Precise
I can't
attack.
do.
Pull.
Not a problem.
Go more exploits on. 52%.
Stand a chance. Suits my purposes.
Reload. Oh, I do have sight on this one. Neat. Fire plan.
Already done. Aha! Another clean strike. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Hurting me was your biggest mistake.
There we go. Aeogun. Give you a nice take aim. Oh, there's a Sybarite up there? Okay. Abelard, get that.
Lucius is skeptical about this.
Give Abelard this. Abelard, come on up here. You can Reckless Rush. Charge on in.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
All of the misses. Do I wanna? I don't think I do. Again, you can come up here and finish it off.
The servants of the Omnissiah will not waver.
Then Abelard, you get to come down here. I don't have Reckless Rush anymore. I cannot make it over there, so I
Tried
will...
and tested tactics are the best ones.
You know what, actually?
Yours back and course.
I will do things this
No
way.
matter the cost.
Come over here, Sworn
My
Enemy.
place is at the fore.
This...
Indeed. Grey hair, sure hair. It will be done. Target well struck.
And then we just keep beating on them.
Victory is ever an exemplary strike. Target well struck.
Pull out the shield for the end of the turn. Argenta. You can come here. Wow, this thing does not take damage.
God
Concentrated
Emperor,
fire.
move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it.
And then
As the
run and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act. I'll do it.
And then wildfire. Get parried.
Strike.
Move over here. Perfect spot. And then
Not a
Hull.
problem for me. Nothing I can't
Exploits. Surefire plan.
do. Absolutely not. Already done. Like this. We must act. None shall stand in my way.
Honestly, the start of that fight was a little sketchy, but it didn't go that bad. The most annoying part of it all was the fact that Adira got stunned for the one turn of combat well, 1.5 turns of combat that lasted. I have a concussion. I know nothing about the late game talents. So I'm going to look at ye old Revan's suggestions and go from there. If it will load. Thank you. Eager for battle. What does that do? During the first turn of combat, the character has 2 additional action points. You know what? Sure thing. And then... This is a T1 archetype talent. Fresh target. Yeah, no, actually, I can get behind that. What are some other? Inflict despair. That's kind of whatever. Guaranteed crit is whatever. Instant exposure is whatever. Operative allies gain 3% chance critically hit. That's fine. Yeah, no, it's just fresh target. Over here, we grab Eager for Battle, probably. I imagine it's just Eager for Battle for everybody. Yes. And then he suggests easy target. Extra crit damage versus things that don't have a melee weapon. I'm okay with that. What else is there? Clenched Teeth is okay. Though it kinda has lost a lot of value at this point in the game. Defensive stance could have been cool if I grabbed the ability that gave me slash. But I did not. Desolation. This could be okay. What does this scale with? Agility. Ah. Enrage. Opening strike. Yeah, no. Easy target's just the call here. Idira. Come here. You get Eager for Battle, and... oh boy. What do I go here? While the operative's perception bonus is 10 or higher, they gain +1 AP and ignore enemies' deflection. I would need +40 perception.
Ready as always.
All characteristics by 17 for 1 round. Okay, so that would put her at what? 82? Okay. We're at 82 there. And then if you buff yourself, dodge and parry. Okay. I don't see how I'm getting above Eager for Battle. I don't see how I'm getting above 100 perception at the moment. Possibly in later acts, but not for now. Could go fresh target. Instant exposure. I don't actually use this, like, ever. Expose weakness, that is. Joint offense could be okay, since I'm using her just as a buff bot, essentially. I could get things like sharpshooter and stuff like that too, because she does have a sniper rifle, and I do use it on occasion. Alternatively, let's get temp HP from heals. Yep, finally Exemplar. How's it going, Falcon? Welcome back. Eager for battle, and then... let's see, be vigilant. Martyrs. Inspire courage, lead by example. Seize the initiative. Ooh, no respite sounds interesting. I don't think combat's gonna last long enough for that to really come into play, though. What does Stand Witness do? Huh, interesting. Iron Discipline. Alright. I think it's Be Vigilant. Let me see here. What does... oh, interesting, actually. Doesn't go eager for battle immediately in his new build guides, whereas he did in the old ones. I see. He goes for Firebrand instead here. Oh, yeah, actually, I'm going Firebrand here. I am not having issues with AP on him, whereas him giving extra AP would be nice. And then it says personal oversight. Okay, resolve stacking. That's fair. We like resolve stacking. And we'll go Firebrand on her as well for the same reason. And then personal oversight, possibly. Commanding voice, actually. No, that's actually... is that needed? Focus? Focus is actually pretty good. Yeah, let's go focus. And then Argenta... Whenever the character deals damage to an enemy, that enemy suffers +1 stack the degraded defense effect. For every 6 damage that character is dealt, whenever the character's ally attacks that enemy, they deal an additional 1% damage for each. I mean, it's okay. I don't want it immediately. I actually feel like Argenta is one of the few that I actually want eager for battle on immediately. And then... what do we have? Point blank could be nice for the shotgun stuff that we use occasionally. Enough bullets for everyone. Rack and Ruin. Yeah, let's go with that, sure. Cool.
A new challenge for me.
Grab that. We come over here. Just getting all of the loot. My poor throne.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, let's head to my room. Get wrecked. Achilles Scalander, covered in Drukari blood and his own. Achilles Scalander looks around with a haunted expression on his face. He finally manages to focus his gaze on you and lets out a barely audible gasp. God Emperor, preserve me? Could it be? Is it truly you, your lordship? He is struck by an excruciating coughing fit. His hand grasping for his respirator on its golden chain, but it is missing. Praise be to the Golden Throne and the God Emperor, you're alive. Your Lordship, I've been praying to the Immortal One for your swift return. The people of Darnkess fought to the last, but the onslaught of the enemies of humanity was vicious and brutal. Let's inspect his wounds. Achilles' body is covered in an unthinkable number of cuts and injuries. The Drukari put great effort into filling his every moment with searing pain. However, none of his wounds are life-threatening. Let's administer first aid. We failed, of course. As you hastily close one wound, another starts bleeding. Alas, you couldn't offer Achilles any substantial assistance in such a short time. That is truly unfortunate. Did we not get our double roll? Why did we not get a double roll? I'll have to check on that here in a second. What happened here? When the report came from orbit that the Xenos attack, or about the Xenos attack, I was in the administratum halls resolving the matter of your succession. I rushed to my shuttle and prayed to the God Emperor that I would reach the palace before they struck. But before I could get rid of all the Picts and documents I'd gathered, the palace was besieged. I had to take a risk and burn it all. The Xenos surrounded me when I was setting fire to the last remaining orders, and they decided to have fun with me. Holy Emperor, deliver me from the memories. They tortured you? Why? Why? Such is the nature of the enemies of humanity, your lordship. They have a taste for our pain. What did you tell them? Nothing. But they didn't ask me anything. They didn't look for anything. They didn't so much as poke around the place. Strange. By the yawn of the darkest abyss. Were you able to glean anything from your attackers? Oddly enough, I was, your lordship. The Drukhari had no idea that a mere Adeptus Administratum Secretary could understand their alien speech. When they were deliberating over how they were going to kill me, they mentioned that other monkey had been helping them all this time. Renegades or pirates or something of the sort. It will take time to identify these traitors of humanity, but I give you my word that they will pay for what happened on Dargonus. By the yawn of the darkest abyss, why did my expert on Xenos fail to prevent the Drukhari assault? I focused all my attention on investigating the attacks across your protectorate. I suspected there was something bigger behind the Xenos attacks, but an assault on the rogue traitor's capital? Foolhardy, even for Drukhari? I'd never have thought. You think there's a hole in the floor? Yeah, I think so too. When you're up against Drukhari Ashmags, you plan for the absolute worst scenario. But before you do, you multiply that abysmally bad scenario by 10, or even better yet, by 30. I'll contact Clementia and have her summon a Medicae. Get out of the palace while you can. Gritting his teeth, Achilles bows and withdraws to the gatehouse in front of the palace. Your lordship, thanks to your breakthrough, we were able to clear out the estate. Right now, with the aid of your ship's augers from orbit, the surface troops are sweeping the streets of the Hive. Squads have been sent deeper into the city. Several units have been assigned. My apologies, of course. You will learn of all of this from the reports. Your appearance on Dargonus is a boon from the God Emperor, who has brought us salvation. On behalf of all Dargonus and House Worsarian, I thank you for delivering us from our foes. I was doing my duty, nothing more. And by your will, you have preserved countless lives, your lordship. Dargonus owes you a debt that can never be repaid. We will continue the cleanup of the estate and neighboring territories. We must deal with the rubble, the corpses, and any other after effects of the fighting. The surviving forces will be enough to repel any sporadic enemy attacks if they are launched. According to the latest reports, the Xenos are pulling out en masse. If other matters require your attention, I won't detain you any longer. Please allow us to ensure that Dargonus is returned to its former glory. I feel like there was something I wanted to do, and I don't remember what it was.
My pleasure.
It's about time.
The whispers told me how.
What did that do? Okay. Was that just the aristocrat that I found?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Control panel is broken. Machine spirit has left this machine forever.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Follow my lead.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Just ensure that I have inspected everywhere and am not missing anything. Alright.
Nothing's impossible
New
for this
challenge
old
for me?
officer.
Achilles Scalander. Yep.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Welcome back, Lord Captain. During your absence, we assisted the ground forces by coordinating their movements from orbit. Detailed casualty and damage reports have been submitted for your perusal. It is with deepest awe that I inform you that the timely intervention and the resilience of the world's defenders managed to break through the back of the raid, which had threatened to turn into a protracted war. Darnkess suffered losses, but the Hive has sufficient capacity to restore the administrative networks and industries as expeditiously as possible. The world remains intact, despite the insidious blow dealt by the Xenos. I've been given Scalander's reports that he failed to deliver in time. They indicate that Xenos activity dropped sharply after he departed for the Cineris Maleficum. Considering the scale of the Darnkess raid, it is safe to assume that Drukhari used up all the forces at their disposal, and may now require some time to replenish the losses. Achilles is presently recuperating from his severe wounds, and without his aid, we are temporarily blind to the scheming of these enemies of humanity. However, our strategists are still hoping for a lull in attacks and raids, which will allow us to gather our strength for a new conflict. I know what I wanted to do. Jai, come over here. Why did you not get a double skill check on the Medicae when you failed? Something to keep in mind. Alright, I'm going to start the ads a couple minutes, or like 1 minute early. I really have to go to the bathroom. I will be back in 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. I will catch you when I return. The ads are finished. We are back. Hold up here. I'm going to return to the void ship and I'm gonna level up everybody. And then I'm gonna come back down here. Solomorn. You get... Let's go with this. And then for Exemplar, I will give you Eager for Battle. And... Fired up. Muzzle velocity. What do we want? Rapid reload? Unpredictable? Solomorn. Swift Slaughter. How did I miss that there? Okay. Over here we go... Dodge reduction and armor penetration. And then we get to go here. And I will go Firebrand. And... Unblinking Stare, likely. Maybe I go... one of these. Be vigilant? Yeah. Kibbles. Two, I think. I'm gonna go two. And then... Kibbles, what are we grabbing down here? Eager for battle, for sure, here. Because you have plenty of ways to use AP. And then... Yes. That'll be fine. Over here, Pascal. We will go with this. And then... Eager for battle. Into... Fresh target? Sure. Heinrichs. You will grab that as well. And then you definitely have Eager for Battle need. And then we come over and grab... Easy target. How's it going, Juice Oosterman? Hope all is well. Unpredictable is okay. Sanctified Slayer. Unpredictable. I don't even see that. Resolve for crit. Gotcha. Let's see. What do we have here? We go that. And then eager for battle. It's Sanctic Psyker. Alright, I gotta look, I'm curious. Sanctic powers. I don't see it. Hymns of Hatred looks okay, though. For later usage. Oh, Sanctified Slayer. The crit hit chance increase? I don't value critical hit chance increase much. Because you just get that automatically with the buffs that people throw out. Since any accuracy above, like, 100% is extra crit chance. Sorry, any accuracy above the max is extra crit chance. So, flat crit chance increases I just don't really care too much about. Eager for battle, and then... Tide of Excellence? Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. It's just one of those where when I crit, like, every hit anyway, 4% extra crit's not doing anything for me.
It's about time.
Report, Rykid Minoris, during the evacuation, took S. Anther aboard the flagship. The world is to be considered null and void. Side note reads, damage assessment, tithe recalculation, urgent. Boarded the Heartless as part of the unit led by S. Anther, neutralized the target Sargona. The captured vessel was turned into an escort ship. The word escort has been circled several times in ink. Declared exterminatus on the world Thessara. There is a note in the margin that has been underlined twice. Living tithe. Check the Protectorate World Register. Double the levy. Yeah. Welcome back to the Temple of Law and Order, your lordship. I have already been informed that you hear about Thessara. Prefect Vulture nods to herself and snaps her brittle fingers, prompting a servo skull to flit closer. The creaking of its quill filling the air. Begin entry 51-4 Alpha in the matter of the world Thesara and its obligation to pay the Imperial tithe. This audience with the Prefect of the Adeptus Administratum is now in session. Now then, what were your findings? An exceedingly hazardous warp-active mineral was discovered on Thesara. For the good of the Imperium, I ordered it to be destroyed. I am giving you time to evacuate Administratum property, after which the planet will be condemned to exterminatus. The Prefect grimaces. I can quite confidently deem that outcome to be adverse to the interests of the Imperium. Alas, your lordship, I am duty-bound to deliver an exact and impartial assessment of the events. Rogue Trader Zenavathar von Valencius ordered the destruction of the world Thesara. Through this decision, the Imperium is deprived of a portion of the tithe total expected from Coronis Expanse, and more specifically of a valuable resource in the form of naturally occurring psi-focused deposits, noted and recorded. Is this heresy that I hear from her, saying that she wanted the warp reactive mineral? Kind of. It depends. There is an augment that makes it so you can use injection. It's not like unique to Psychers, but it's like very, very good for Psychers specifically because of how much AP they use. There's an augment that makes it so injections don't have a downside. And then you can pick up the perk that makes the first injection a turn not cost AP. And then you can use like the +1 AP injection on yourself every turn. So, I mean, that one is like exceptionally good for a Psyker. But it's generically kind of good for everybody if you do that kind of thing. I will be frank with you, your lordship. The conclusions that were drawn regarding the Thesara inspection were far from satisfactory. Minor disturbances, such as the mass execution of mutants, or the rabble's plot disguised as a celebration, are not nearly as dangerous as the, if you will permit my choice of words, coup that resulted from your intervention. I understand that consequences are something that those endowed with power want to leave to their servants to deal with, and therefore something they find acceptable to ignore. However, I hope my words may help you to revise your approach to executing the Imperium's will in the Cronus Expanse in the future. This person needs to be put in a hole in the ground, says the dogmatic rogue trader. They are turning a blind eye to heresy. They would 100% be okay with taking living tithe from a demon world. Because that's the route that place was headed. Not quickly, mind you, but that is the route it was headed. It's fine, it's all for the Emperor. How did you obtain such detailed information about the events on Thesara? Duty dictates that the Adeptus Administratum officials always be adequately informed. Otherwise, our service to the Imperium's order would be of rather questionable use. It already is. Unfortunately, it is for the same reason that I cannot disclose my sources to you. If you think the Saurian mineral is so important to the Imperium, make it part of the tithe. What's the problem? Of course, you have the power to change your decision at the snap of your fingers. but its implementation will fall to thousands upon thousands of administrative functionaries. They will have to first record the previous status of the tithe, and then begin an equally lengthy process of re-registering the payment. As servants of law and order, we cannot simply skip the cumbersome parts. Procedure must be followed meticulously, lest we become mired in anarchy. You know, anarchy, like what you want to happen on that planet. As much as I hated Thesara, this person's pissing me off more. I took care of a problematic world of yours, and you are twisting the facts regarding my efforts. I, his lowly and unworthy servant, have no right to twist any facts. My duty is to assess consequences and do everything I can to make sure the Imperium receives what it is owed. That is the purpose of my existence. Suddenly, the old woman's voice becomes less stern and almost didactic. Speaking from my wealth of experience, if I do say so myself, taking care of the Imperium's prosperity is a heavy burden, albeit an honorable one. The fact that even a rogue trader can run into difficulties while doing it only further confirms my many years of observations. Okay, we can consider Thesara closed, am I correct? Closed and recorded, yes. However, that was just the first item on the agenda. Now on to the next matter. Competency assessment of Proctor Solomorn Anther based on his performance during the mission of the world Thesara. Competency assessment? Very well, Prefect. I am listening. Solomorn did nothing that could be considered a violation of the Lex Imperialis. So as to avoid misunderstanding, allow me to clarify that I am not making any judgment, but rather gathering information at Marshal, Strack's request. Yes, he is. But he kept me alive there, and that's all that mattered. He helped me get my body back, and he kept me alive. Dr. Anther, you will be evaluating your own conduct in this instance. For my part, I will merely state a few key points. Let us begin. How would you describe your performance, taking into account the following facts? You took part in the execution of an administrative appointee without its appropriate permission. You also allowed yourself to be captured, thus endangering your mission and imperiling the valuable equipment issued to you by the Adeptus Arbites. What is more, you sanctioned a tithe-related decision that carries adverse consequences to the Imperium. That is all. Proceed to your self-evaluation. Solomorn's heavy gaze is fixed upon the Prefect as he slowly forces the first word out of his jaws, as if they've turned to stone. I took every effort and was acting solely in the name of the Lex Imperialis. However, the outcome of the mission speaks for itself. My verdict is thus that my performance in this case was inadequate. Noted and recorded. Now that the Thesara inspection report has been properly entered into the record, allow me, on behalf of the Adeptus Administratum, to officially extend our gratitude to you for the support you provided us. May the Von Valencius name be forever praised, and may the Emperor protect your dynasty for many generations to come. That said, I must now request your assistance in a different capacity. A number of highly important court cases have accumulated at the Palace of Justice, the kind that require formal resolutions by the rogue trader himself. I have done the trial once before, so I will not be reading it reading it aloud, because, dear lord, that is just going to be all sorts of pain for my throat. How will the trial proceed? I agree. What is this place? Are there any other such institutions elsewhere in my protectorate? What kinds of cases are usually heard here? I'm just letting the stuff show on screen for a second so anybody that watches the VOD has time to pause and read it if they want. Trial by combat under Golden Throne's light. Sounds fun. Gonna quickly read through this again. Okay. Clear out the parties. Okay, why are they putting things on a scale? We got a tech use check. Okay. You see clearly now that no matter what decision you make, it will backfire on you. However, there is a way to benefit from this. Allow the host to dispense their vigilante justice, then accuse the fanatics of violating an ancient agreement that forbade the ecclesiarchy from having its own army, and proceed to confiscate the host's property. I'm going to ask Vigdis here. I want to hear my retinue's opinions. I heard you, and I am ready to pass judgment. What do we get here? Efficiency +2, security +2. I'm going to go security +2. Security is a valuable stat for planet. Yeah, 5 was the more fun choice, but dear lord, the quote-unquote rewards were horrifying, which is why I did not. Unless I'm thinking of 6. If 5 was the like holy good or holy goods and stuff like that, then yes, that was also a more fun response. Alright, we have another coming up. Cardinal asking to be tortured to death. What does my retinue have to say? Solomorn, the maw is closed. I'm ready to pass my judgment. Efficiency 2. Security 2. I will go Efficiency 2 here. Seeking permission to torture a holy man. You are violating both secular and ecclesiastic law. For that, I sentence you to death. Very balanced decision. We're just killing everyone here. Ah, yeah, the wall of text one did look fun. It just... It didn't have fun, or, like, good results. It had, like... Not bad results either. What's the word I'm looking for? Neutral results. Let's see here. Lady Mole's Secundus's talents are self-evident. She could easily boost production on any planet. What might be called her promotion under the guise of punishment would bring tangible benefits. You just so happen to think of several backwater worlds that have good potential but lack the capable stewardship to match it. Let my retinue speak now. Relay Solomorn's words to Lady Molus Secundus. I'm ready to pass my verdict. Complacency, profit factor. Let's go the profit factor here. Are there no more active disputes in my domain? Come now, bring me a few more misguided souls. Alright, looks like we're done here. Now we get to loot things and click on things.
A job for me.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
One and it's done.
Just make sure there's nothing else that I can click on over here. There's a tech use here.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
And we return to the void ship. How are we looking here? Darnkess has a 10 security. Okay, what can I do here? Test of Wills. This is Imperial Navy, and I get unerring shots. Cutthroat. Critical damage. Critical damage is pretty good here. And all worlds get complacency. Or 5% damage to ranged attacks and 5 ballistic skill. Okay, so it's between blood sports and killing fields. I feel like everywhere is more or less high enough on complacency that I don't really need that everywhere. So it's, do I want 3 profit factor, or do I want 5 ballistic skill and 5% damage to ranged attacks? I think crit damage does more. It's mostly just the ballistic skill that I want for my main character. More ballistic skill is always nice. Oh, this also gives profit factor. Okay, I'm just gonna go this one then. It'll be fine. Okay, that'll be fine. Now I can go back to exploring the Expanse. The hell was I even doing? Okay, I can come down to 100 Dreams Crossroad. Where is Kiavagama? It's way the heck over there. Okay. We will just start slowly working our way over there then. Retreats to his study to reflect on recent events, but his train of thought is interrupted by the muffled creak of the door and the sound of soft footsteps. Elentak, I finally found you in this dwelling. He comes closer and smoothly makes an unfamiliar gesture with her hands. This symbol has many meanings: humility, grief, loss, shame, regret. I hope you will accept them all, because I am sorry for what happened to your world, to your subjects, to your palace, and for what my kin did to them. Thank you. Truly thank you. She opens her mouth, then turns away, searching for the right words. My words will not heal the wounds, nor bring back the fallen, and they will not restore your protectorate. However, Irliet falls silent, and her deep, piercing gaze seems to reach down into the very depths of your soul. Look silently back at her. Look, Elentok. The gaze of a child of Asurian can penetrate deeper than a Monkeys, and I can see all the heaviness that is accumulated in your soul during our travels. I see it in your gestures, the tilt of your head, and the change of your in your scent. If you will allow me, this is the first time you've heard Irliet sound so indecisive and guilty. I will help you to cast off this burden and cleanse your soul and mind of worry. How exactly are you going to help me? It's difficult to describe, but your soul shines bright and your mind is strong enough for you to be able to immerse yourself in your own mind and cleanse it of unnecessary cares. I am still not sure if that your species is capable of such a thing, but it is worth a try. If nothing comes of it, then the only thing you will lose is a small fraction of your time. And I will be your guide on this journey. I will help you to enter the meditative state, to get to know yourself. Of course, that is if you let me. Immersing yourself in your soul is a deeply intimate process, but you will not be able to do it without me. Irliet thoughtfully brushes a strand of red hair away from her face, and I promise you, Elentok, that I will not judge you, your world, or anything that takes place inside it. We will see only what you want to see. Irliet awaits your answer patiently, her pose a tad stiff, betrays her anxiety, but that is to be expected. She has decided to conduct the sacred Eldari rite in order to help a human. Show me my inner world. Then we need to find a suitable place, somewhere quiet and serene. Let go of everything. Doubts, fears, emotions. Cast off the weight of your body, clear your mind. Good, now try looking inside your soul. Look at it shining timidly and dive in. Sure judged you a lot throughout the game. Yeah. We did it, Elentok. So far, your world resembles the real one, but soon you will learn to go deeper. Remember that everyone here is just a reflection of your thoughts, feelings, and desires. Do not be afraid to look them in the eye.
None shall stand in my way.
Standing at the helm, peering into the darkness of the cosmos, as you feel as lonely among the stars as I do among my own kin. Am I here to kill you? To betray you? To serve you? My friend or foe? What do you think? Madness and genius are two phenomena of the same order, and this is an incontrovertible fact. Ask yourself, rogue traitor, are you truly so close to the latter and so far from the former? The path of your ascendance is paved with countless sacrifices, yet you avoid looking down, lest you lose your mind. Love, a hollow word. Do you not see that I only have the Undying One in my heart? Not you, not ever. Guilt, anguish, despair, all such sentiments obscure the mind and distort thoughts. Only the acceptance and comprehension of what has been done can truly elevate you, or destroy you utterly. You're reaching out to a soul you do not fully understand. You are afraid that your differences will only cause you pain. Do not fear. Do not dictate your fate. We got rid of one rogue trader, and we'll get rid of him too. Everyone from the lower decks to the senior officers hate him. I hear their box transmissions. Mutiny is brewing. As long as I can still can use his thrones, I don't care. Once betrayed, it is hard to put one's trust in others again, especially those closest and most loyal to us.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Of course, I'm with you only because of your throne and your power, Shireen. You didn't hope my feelings were genuine, did you? The fear of being used, we all have it. But the more we have to give, the stronger it grows. Have you already forgotten me? Oh, don't ever forget me. Not even for a moment. Because as soon as you turn away, I will plunge the shard of my sword into your throat.
Victory awaits.
The burden of responsibility lies on your shoulders, Elentok, and your soul grows dull from weariness. Break the chains of exhaustion. I don't know who this monkey is, but your memories of them are akin to slimy mud after the rain. Let's wash it all away like spring water, shall we? Finred being your only
I
honest
won't
friend.
tolerate weakness.
I don't know about that. Your words could be misconstrued. I am a mutant. Are you just toying with me? It is natural for monkey to desire closeness with their own kind, but this same desire gives rise to doubt. This is a neat little sequence. Fresh blood soaks into the priceless silk coverlets, forming an ugly stain under the corpse, your corpse. All sentient beings are afraid of death. You have to accept the fear first before you can get rid of it.
It's about time.
In truth, you believe in nothing at all, Zen, not the God Emperor, the archenemy, or even people. You barely believe in yourself. I'm proud of you, Zen. You have become a worthy successor, and perhaps even the best, Lord Captain. This one seems different than the others.
A new challenge for me.
Some words you need to hear at least once to believe them. Putting on airs, Lord Captain. You're as distant from the common folk as rusty old footfall is from Terra. You just got lucky, monkey. But luck is the only thing you have. You are weak, so prepare to suffer. Only the mad and foolish never doubt their strength. The wise are full of doubt, but they know how to let go of them. Lord Captain, your decision will doom us all. Lowly pirates perish, risking nothing but their own skin. But what of you? You're putting the lives of thousands of crew members and billions of Protectorate subjects in danger?
Follow my lead.
Unit Zen, von Valencius's crimes against the sacred laws of the Omnissiah have been logged. Retribution is imminent. Hide behind the warrant all you want. I can see right through you. One day you will make a mistake, and then rest assured I will be there. The punishing hand of the Lex Imperialis.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay. Did I miss something? Oh, God. If the light of the Emperor alone can be our guiding beacon, yet only true gods grant power, is it possible to achieve peace in all corners of the universe? You must first find peace in your own soul. To avoid, to the void with soul, gods, and friends, only power can bend the galaxy to one's will. Juliet, your soul resembles an unattended garden where weeds are suffocating fragile flower seedlings. Free yourself from unnecessary burden, and let serenity enter your soul. What is this, monkey? The voice of the incorporeal echo that has made your soul its home seems to sound only in your head. Juliet's face tenses in surprise. Her features become even sharper as she stares in confusion at the ghostly figures. She says nothing, stealing glances at you, then at the figures again, as if she's waiting for something. Why are you so surprised by these particular echoes of my world? She averts her uncertain gaze. I did not think there would be a place for me inside a human soul, and the memory itself, clean, not distorted. This is something I must reflect upon and ponder in solitude. When you strive to know someone, they inevitably become a part of you. She gives me a strange look. Your words trouble me with their sincerity, Elenthok. Your mind is much cleaner and loftier than I imagined. To become part of someone. For a second, Juliet lapses into thought. Look closely at the ghostly figures. I feel like all of these are traps. A strange feeling enveloped your body. You feel yourself becoming lighter than air, and inside your mind, your thoughts are racing at an incredible speed. You are not yet aware that you are looking through the eyes of your ghostly echo and are observing from afar, all at the same time. The inner world changes under the force of your will, and you can now control your own echo. You can now do something that you would not dare do in the real world. Don't mind me as I look up what to do here. Yeah, okay. I was right. I shall resist the temptation. You and Irliet stand together in complete silence for a while, tense and awkward at first, then soft and enveloping. You feel Irliet sigh ever so slightly, and you hear the sadness hidden in her voice, but she remains silent until the ghostly figures around you start to disappear. It is time to return, Elenthok. Your soul is not yet strong enough to endure prolonged immersion. Take a deep breath and... You awaken from your meditation with a sense of vigor and unusual calm, as if you've just taken a shower under a freezing waterfall, or delivered a speech in front of thousands of subjects, and your heart swells from the crowd's adulation. Then you are awake. Juliet stares at her own, or starts at her own words, realizing that this is the first time she's ever called you by your name. Your soul shines too radiantly for a human. Despite all the litter that has had accumulated in your soul, you can get rid of litter. But the light, try to preserve it. It draws the eye like bright stars in the night sky. Of course, your world is not as beautiful and serene as mine, but I was glad to see it. Feel as if I've been reborn. This is the cleansing of your soul. I hope that now you understand the importance of keeping it free from unnecessary litter. Will I be able to see your world? That seems a step too far. Thank you for showing me this. Part of myself. My heart sings, for I have helped you. Find peace, even if only for a short while. Until we meet again, may the stars guide us along the safe roads. That was a fun little event. Let us head to Orselio Prophecy. And now there's a Powellstone Colony event. Ah. Wait, I forgot to do something here. Chart new routes. There we go. Now we go in. Oh, I know, right? I was half expecting a combat somewhere towards the end of it. It appears that a large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris that did not burn up in the atmosphere is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding the nearby valley. A herd of large, hoofed rodents has gathered along the riverbanks. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they are doomed. I order the removal of the space debris from the riverbed. It is a long and laborious process, but the animals will have a chance to survive. It takes many planetary turns and hundreds of crew members to remove the heap of trash and unclog the river, letting the waters flow freely once more. The rodents run back to their pastures without so much as a backward glance at the people who saved them. Before you is a burning world, an inhospitable place at the mercy of a perpetual inferno. Due to its suffocating atmosphere and close proximity to the system's star, the firestorms on its surface never cease. What could the Caspelica be looking for in such a place? Utilize the full capabilities of the augurs to locate something unusual on the planet. After many long hours spent analyzing the augur data, the tech priests noticed something unusual. A number of constructions of artificial origin can be detected under the planet's surface. They are too vast and peculiar to have been created by humans, but their geometric shapes and other properties clearly indicate they were put together by sentient beings of some kind. Unfortunately, there are traces of human activity next to the mysterious constructions. It looks like somebody found a way to land on the planet, set up an archaeological dig. These ancient monuments have been stripped of anything of value or interest, but other burning worlds may yield new discoveries. Alright. I'm gonna run ads again here. It's a little early again, but I don't like ads running in the middle of space combat or regular combat. So because just kind of breaks the flow for the viewers and myself. So I am going to run the ads now. They will run for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch you all when we return. Alright. The ads have finished. We take that off. Alright. And then we can do a space combat.
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
Is it just the frigate? I mean, if it's just the frigate, that's, a non-issue.
Bleed them.
Okay, then I can fire on it this way.
Lay in the course.
We have destroyed their shields and their hope.
And then I will just ensure that it's dead.
A worthy deed.
I usually fire them off from where I start, not where I end. Alright. Did that give me... No, that did not give me a level up. That's fine. 5 Promethium. I don't think I need more of that. Okay, Foulstone has an event that requires me there. Okay, let's see. Carapace Fragment. Negates all energy damage dealt to the wearer, but it cannot occur more than 3 times per combat. Master of the Inferno. All allies gain 10 demolition and deal 10% more fire damage. What do my advisors think? Indomitable Tactician. I'm going to go this one for more demolition. Because I don't think I need this. Gotcha. That's fair. Yes, I shall choose that. And I get this now as well, which is nice. Okay, I need to head to Foulstone. That's Janus. What is the fastest way for me to get there without opening up a new pathway? I have so many pathways that trying to I think it's here, here, and then down. I think that is the fastest path. Okay. Mere Foulstone. We have a Navy feud. We can get security +2. We like that. Security +4. Security +4. I'm gonna take the security +2. It doesn't cost me resources, and it's a free boost. Alright. I will head to Agathis. With faith and prayer. Chart new routes. Probably only here. Yeah. Kinda saw that coming. The augurs cannot determine who the ship we approached belongs to, but the telemetry clearly reveals it is an Imperium vessel. The hull is badly damaged, but there is air in some of the chambers. Prepare my troops for boarding. I will personally take part in the exploratory expedition. I tech use. Yeah, tech use. Okay, was gravely damaged in the and was in the process of final erosion. There was very little time to explore it. 3 sectors seemed the least damaged. I've done this one before, but I don't remember the outcomes. I'll go 1. Turn his attention to the scout units. Fiji, if you're there, do you remember which one I should head to? Or if it mattered? Do I head for the bridge, the crew decks, the service bay? You recommend the bridge. Okay. I will take your recommendation. Lore warp. Okay. I show leniency, asking for the report. We logic. I willpower. Recording contained a message from Captain Nova Von Dane. Almost impossible to make out anything in the pict. Only the captain's hand gripping the edge of the table and flashes of iridescent light. Kiavagama has fallen. The Fireborn broke orbit under fire from an unknown enemy and left the system. We encountered pathological warp activity. The crew is reporting failures in the Geller field system. The ship is doomed. Whoever finds this recording, I ask you to hold prayer service for our souls. I also ask you to take the family relics from the Von Dane line from Kiavagama. The relics are stored. The captain then specified the location of her family vault and access code. The recording ended. There was nothing left on the cursed deck. It was time to return to the shuttle. After distilling the salient points from Gray Matina's exhaustive report, I listed the areas that warranted more thorough search. Honor the memory of Captain Nova Von Dane. Give the order to fire upon the dead vessel at range. For that which was born in fire should also perish in fire. The giant rings on this planet's surface can be observed even from orbit. Examine the rings. It has emerged that this planet has a native species of giant insect similar to Terran ants. Just like ants, they sometimes form so-called death spirals, in which one creature follows another without realizing they're going in circles. These were the rings discovered by the ship's observers. The strange phenomenon that was originally suspected to be a sign of warp activity or a nefarious Xenos structure turned out to be a quirk of nature, and a tragic one at that. I mean, I assume because it gave me the location of an item cache. That's what it seemed to do. Detected wreckage in the void ship's vicinity, but the exact nature of this wreckage remains unclear. I'll find it, probably. Or I won't. You know, either or. Those are kind of the two options. Yeah. Darnkess needs me now? Ah. What a pain in the butt. Can they not manage themselves, like ever? All I want to do is continue forward, and I'm not allowed to. Yeah, I've done a lot of that. Free profit factor, but I lose 1 security, 1 efficiency, and 1 complacency. I gain in efficiency, but I lose a lot of the other. And here I just lose stuff. Okay, I guess I'm doing the first one. I guess at least I got profit factor out of that. Oh yeah, did I get... One moment here. If it'll load. Good enough for now. I just wanted to see if I reached the next tier. Okay, then we head here. And then we get to head here. Call upon the navigator to steer the ship back on course. Chart new routes. I purposefully leave them yellow because, you can actually get events that give more navigators insight. So, but yes, I do mostly that for, at least to my capital world, to Dargonus. Seven Promethium, don't need that. The bizarre structure observed from orbit appears to be the ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals the remains of an envirodome. Excuse me. A landing pad, the main manor, the servants' quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened there. The search team has found something truly disturbing in the main hall. An opulently clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. Paul, it's not the center of the dynasty. Search through the remains for anything valuable. What did I get here? An assault lasgun? Meh. Very meh. Footfall isn't the capital, Dargonus is. Alright, let's see here. This is going over here. Yep. I was pretty sure you meant Dargonus, but it was more fun to just play along. Ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void, like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the rogue trader's void ship approaches, the Voxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony of the Imperium subjects have made their home in the bowels of the ship. They welcome the Lord Captain. Visit the I just want to go to Kiavagama. Welcome, your lordliness. Please come right in. And you nitwits, quit your gawking and get to work.
Do these monkey truly spend their brief lives digging through refuse? Why do they not choose another path? Find another self?
Why do I have what's-her-name with me? Just because I went into my mind with her doesn't mean I want her with me right now.
None
Okay,
shall
let's try this
stand in my
again.
way.
What? Sometimes clicking does not click where you want it to.
Dispel my doubts. Can you use your visions to see what card will be dealt at the gaming table?
Of all the times to ask.
Who would have
Oh my
thought
god,
that
why
the
does it...
lowly Jai Hidari would become part of the rogue trader's retinue? The Exalted One is truly generous.
The path of the Emperor's chosen takes strange twists and turns. But as long as your heart is filled with faith, I welcome you to our ranks.
Okay, what do we have here? A tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, then says simply, "Your lordship, please excuse me. I don't really know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you, and with us. My name's Retta Maximova. I'm in charge here." What is this place? We just call ourselves Retta's crew, and this place is Retta's camp. That's it. We're Recolligers, scavengers in common terms. She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there's dignity in her voice, the kind with which one would announce their affiliation with a respected guild or family. The woman grimly adds as she casts a glance at Aegon, "And our work is perfectly lawful, though we are not popular among your fellows." The manipulus fixes the woman with a calculating look, as though weighing whether she is a speaker worthy of his time. At last he speaks. I wish neither to confirm nor deny this claim. "What do you do here?" "Right now, we're gutting this old heap of junk, slowly but surely. That's a Recolliger's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or an ancient battlefield, and we just sit there for years on end. We look for working tech, or valuable materials, or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to passing ships. Not the easiest job out there. These wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers, but, and I swear it on my plasma torch, it's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead, but we do find working pieces now and again. We spent 2 whole months clearing out this shaft we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually, and we found this thing. Bit weird looking, but still functional. Perhaps your lordship would like to buy this component from us. I'll bet that big ship you've got could get plenty of use out of it. First, present the object for inspection. It might only hold value in your eyes. I'll buy it, I guess. Well, isn't this something? The Emperor himself must have smiled upon us. I mean, thank you, your lordship. They'll be pleased with the results. Looks awful. But I did get XP. Mood visibly improves. You know, your lordship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this. But over in that corner there, we keep things we don't rightly understand or can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly, you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful. You've got your own ship? No, not even close. A luxury like that. You could count the Recolligers who got their own ship on one hand, an old worker's hand that got sucked into machinery 3 times and slashed by a plasma cutter twice. We fly with whoever, mostly just taking our chances. Sometimes we hitch a ride on the promise that we'll pay with what we find later. Other times we find some other means. Risky business, obviously. 5 or so years back, a crew got dropped off at an abandoned station, but something wasn't right with the life support systems. The ship came back to pick them up 2 years later and found nothing but bodies. And about 15 years ago, back before I had my first little one, a ship took 3 crews to locations and ran into pirates on the way back. The ships go out on expeditions for years at a time, so it was ages before anyone realized they were missing, and it was even longer before they remembered the scavengers. Plus, it took us some time to find a ship that could check on them and pick them up. Long story short, all 3 crews had bought it. Yep. Can you tell me anything about this wreck? Not much. We're no eggheads, you know. We're manual labor. It's an ancient thing, pretty dangerous, and we don't really know much beyond that. Before we came here, some tech priests had done their own bit of gutting. I mean, ritualing. Bowing to the spirits, all that. That lot don't tend to leave a lot of valuables behind, it's true. But it's way too scary to go in before them. And hey, we dragged a dozen of their broken servitors out of the mines after. The carcasses smell awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a servitor and sell them. Doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself is barely holding together. You go a couple of modules from here, and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing that a broken reactor might cook you alive, or a whole module might depressurize. Well, it's nothing we haven't handled before. So we're having a poke at it. But we don't have a clue what the ship is or who it belonged to. You take pride in your trade, I see. Sure do. Take skill and luck and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day, crawling on top of these old buckets. If something goes wrong, we die. By the scores sometimes. One moment we're there, the next we're gone. Kinda like worker ants. But you know what, your lordship? Our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly and don't take it as insolence, but some people, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp someday and doesn't hop out of it in time, and around 1,000 years later, another gal like myself, who needs to feed her 3 ankle biters somehow, will be rifling through its remains, looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes, but the way the world works stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. Nonsense. There are those who are great, and those who are nothing. That is the nature of things. If you say so, your lordship. I'm a simple woman, living a simple life, having simple thoughts, and if I happen to blurt out some, buncombe, that's just because I'm not that bright. I can take you from this place, it's not safe here, and sooner or later it'll drift somewhere so remote nobody will ever find you again. But this is our whole livelihood, your lordship. You take us from here, what are we gonna do? Sit in some hold, slaving away? Here, we've got our own colony, our own operation. No, this is our path, and we won't stray from it. Your lordship, please don't take this as insolence, but it's not like I have much choice. Not often that we get well-stocked ships around here, and we could certainly use more provisions and some warm clothes. If it's something you would be willing to provide, we would gladly barter for it with whatever we can dig up inside this here ship. Just a respectful offer of fair trade.
I won't tolerate weakness.
And done.
Need a key. Why do I suddenly need a key for things?
The premonition runs true.
Victory awaits.
That wasn't so difficult.
Among the wreckage was an instruction manual for the duty officer on how to access the safes. You can obtain the codes to the safes by logging into the ship's cogitators.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess
Cogitators appear to be inactive.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Lucius solved this conundrum.
An operative. Come over here and use this.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
But appears intact. You can try to power it from a local source.
trivial, as I prognosticated. Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Save code note.
Follow my lead.
What do we have here? Fractal Blade, which is Eldari weapon proficiency. Lots of armor pen. Otherwise, kind of whatever. We did get something here, though. I mean, that's something, I guess.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, then we come over to this planet. Plasteel. A Vox notification from the Augur crew drowns out the usual sound on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. You consider your course of action. The ship's captain contacts you first, introducing himself as the Pilgrim. The captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. Ask the captain why he calls himself the Pilgrim. The captain admits he has not always done the right thing in his life, but he once beheld the blessing of the Emperor himself and has followed a special path of service to him ever since. That is the path he now treads as the Pilgrim. Ask why the Pilgrim needs phlogiston. The captain's coarse laughter echoes forth from the Vox. Phlogiston is a part and parcel of many different aspects of life in the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All that the Pilgrim promises is that the phlogiston will be used for the good of humanity. Jai immediately remarks that someone without a name is not to be trusted. Deals with such people do not tend to end well. If she were you, she would first find out his secrets and then scrupulously remove him from the equation. Pascal becomes visibly animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though indifferent to the prospect of a deal with a shadowy individual, the Magos nonetheless recommends you find out more about phlogiston deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Sister Argenta believes the words of the Pilgrim. A cowl or golden aquila are no prerequisites for being his true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there is nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. Ask what I will, receive in return. The Pilgrim has been exploring the Cronus Expanse for years and knows many of its secrets. He promises to let you in on intriguing rumors that may be of interest to someone with your skills and capabilities. That is not enough. Looks like the captain of the Dark Piercer is unsurprised by your reaction. He is willing to pay in gold and securities for information, or for any information on phlogiston. Alright, let's do this commerce here. I will, maybe lose some phlogiston? Yes, 2. The captain of the Dark Piercer, is in the best of spirits. In gratitude for your invaluable help, he sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain imperial world lost many centuries ago. Pilgrims seems to be a very lenient description. Yeah. Then, in what seems Then in a somewhat conspiratorial tone, the Pilgrim relates a story about a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates for the crash site of one of the Xenos ships. However, the Pilgrim knows for a fact that the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. We bid him farewell. Yes, we change course. And I guess we get a fight. I'm not opposed to fights.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Aw, look at the cute little blood letters.
I'll purge you from existence.
And a Chaos Marine. Fun. Alright. Adira. We're backing up a bit. Jai. Copper Tongue. Aogen. Argenta, you can be here. And where's Abelard? Abelard, you are front and center, blocking off the staircase.
The machine spirits approve.
How's it going, Miss Misty Mist? Hope all is well. I'd pet a bloodletter. I'd probably lose my hand, but I'd do it.
Astute observation. A valid argument.
Okay, now that I've buffed myself, give myself a turn. Perfect spot. And then Culvable.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
Throw some exploits down. Surefire plan. And then we claim the bounty.
Not a problem for me.
And miss. With the thing that's always supposed to hit.
Suits my purposes.
This is fine. We buff Abelard.
Relying on you. The machine spirits approve.
And, can't quite reach with that. If we come up here, can I? Yes. So we'll come up there. Fire once. And then just zappy zap. Well, it died by attacking Abelard, which gives me another turn. Where I could come down here. I don't think it can reach me back here. I hope. So I will head in here real quick. And then I will fire on it. Man, I am all sorts of missing here.
Nothing I can't do.
Alright, Jai. Copper Tongue, you can move here.
Better than one. Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow.
And then we buff everyone.
Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive.
Medicaid signal. And then let's give Abelard another
Am I
turn.
getting paid for this?
It will be done.
Abelard can throw his buffs.
I will do my duty.
And then charge in. And then slap.
Target well struck.
And then get the shield bash. Yeah, I have that on him because it helps him get stacks of versatility. And because it does good damage. We are Arc Militant, and, it's just a nice offhand for getting stacks of versatility. Aogun, you got another turn here.
A valid
An exemplary strike.
Get bodied by Abelard.
executing.
There we go. I don't get to do anything this turn. That's fine. Jai, your turn is done. Oh, there was a bloodletter up here? I see. Furious Recital. Reckless Rush. Hello there. My good friend.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak.
Well, that was no fun. We can move up here.
Rejoice in battle.
And then run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
They're out of range of the shotgun. What? Oh, it's just over here. I don't know why it's... Oh, there's another one up here? Oh, shit. Oops. Whatever. This is fine.
I'll do it.
And then wildfire.
As I act. I'll do it.
And then we can
Faith
revel in
without
slaughter.
deeds is worthless.
Alright. Good enough. Adira. Come on down here. Relocate Burb.
Let's see what you can do.
Probably shouldn't be doing that, but, you know. Just doing the warp speed. I'm not going to do the others. It is a good strategy. Because I am, very unobservant. I guess I will stand here, because I can fire on both of them. Perfect spot. Pull the bolt.
Suits my purposes. Not a
Fountain
problem
B.
for me.
Go more exploits on.
Stand a chance?
I didn't have enough ammo to fire on that one for free. Which is fun. Oh, they're only threes anyway. Seriously. It said that I had... Whatever. It said that I had sight on them. Why does the game keep lying like this? This is fine. I will do it this way. Or I won't. How do I have sight on them for some things and not others? This is fine.
I've suffered worse.
It is Abelard's time to
Follow
shine.
my lead.
Grab this. Charge in.
At your beck and call. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
And then we swap over.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. Your senator is always there for you.
A new challenge for me?
This guy have any good loot? Negative. Here we are. Chart new routes. Abelard still carries this team. Yeah, as soon as he stopped being a paper tank. Violent battle is unfolding before the rogue trader's eyes. Patrol ships from the Corda fleet are tearing apart two small Aldari vessels. Once they are finished with them, the Void ships give chase to after the third, already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Juliet calls up the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre. Back at the start of Act 4, very nice. Send a message to Incendia Corda's fleet, ordering them to stop the battle. The Voxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle, and soon returns with a reply. According to the Corda's ships, the group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They are guilty of raiding the system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Incendia Corda's Void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Juliet sullenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the captain's bridge. He grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished, except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs simply lack the firepower to do so. The monkey are lying. Ask Corda's patrol for proof of the Xenos transgressions. The patrol's captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. This system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing, for his servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity. Demand Corda's warships cease fire immediately and retreat. Let's analyze the intact Xenoship. Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xenoship is more likely meant for transporting cargo or the Xenos themselves rather than direct combat. We demand that he cease fire. Unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of a foreign dynasty, the patrol reluctantly leaves its prey and retreats to the edge of the system. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenoship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more the xenotechnology can endure before the irreparable happens? What? What? What the fuck? God. What is this check? Why? Why does Irlia get a chance at a persuasion check when she has no persuasion? What the fuck? There's literally, like, I think the most you could possibly get this to is, like, 20% chance at success? What? Ah, because she's an outcast and I've spoken with her. She's awful at being clear and concise. Eh. Let Juliet speak with her kin. Juliet appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain and loss of loss fills the Eldari hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of children of Zasurian, and now they offer aid. Worse, they offer aid through the mouth of their captive sister. No, the Eldari will not fall for this trick. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the next Monkey vessel, the Eldari overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain, Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xenoship flashes a fiery light blue through stained glass windows as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system. Even if I do, it was at a minus 50 and she had 30. So even if I give her like plus 20 more, and then like give her some gear for it potentially, I could get it to like a 20, 30, maybe 40%. It'll never be a good chance. How's it going, Nix? Hope all is well. The bridge officers openly rejoice, offering prayers to the Emperor. Today, the Expanse is cleansed of more filth. What is this, if not his providence? And only the thin figure of the Eldari stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Yearlyet's soul is numbed, he turns to the Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for their attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Yes, there would be a chance. Fair enough. You are not wrong, Misty Mist. Sometime after, Iliot comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Elentok still tried to lend a helping hand in gratitude. As she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache. Just like all elves. This planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery, a mirror, lying right in the center of a huge crater. A completely ordinary mirror in a frame, by all appearances, in pristine condition. Take the mirror aboard the ship. The mirror now hangs on the wall in one of the compartments. It looks completely normal. However, only an hour after its arrival, the Voxmaster reports that the shuttle crew that delivered the mirror has disappeared. The people who hung the mirror have also disappeared. Even the enforcer who wandered into the compartment by mistake and stopped to fix this new non-regulation cravat has vanished without a trace. Send in a team with righteous prayers on their lips. The team sent to destroy the mirrors stopped responding the moment they entered the compartment. Servitors to bash servitors to jettison the mirror. Yep. Servitors to smash the mirror. And then we try a demolition. Deciding that half measures were not good enough, the Lord Captain gave the order to blow up the whole compartment. The demolition team carried out the procedure with pinpoint precision, resulting in minimal damage to the rest of the vessel. However, the picked recorder in the servo skull sent to survey the situation showed that the mirror was not damaged in the slightest, and was now lying in the cavity left by the explosion. Use explosive first, and then depressurize the compartment. It's the only way to ensure the cursed mirror is expelled from the ship. Wait. About 3 watches after the shuttle crew's disappearance, strange squelching and snapping sounds are heard coming from the mirror compartment, accompanied by a putrid odor. Keep waiting. Yet more abnormal noises joined the ungodly symphony, playing behind the compartment door. The squelching and snapping were soon joined by rattling, wheezing, and growling. Sensors also indicate an increase in the ship's mass in the area near the compartment. Soon, faint human voices could be heard, begging to be saved. Open the door. Alright, ads are about to start playing. I can't stop them. They will play for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I won't do anything during the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all after the ads. Just throw that mirror to the final boss and win the game? Yeah, something like that. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. Compartment was brimming with biomatter, strange creatures, and plants floating in streams of slimy substance, revealed to be a type of mold upon closer inspection. The missing crew members were also found inside, terrified and unable to remember anything. They returned to awareness while still inside the compartment. They had been only half an hour away from drowning in the biomatter, still oozing from the mirror. After analyzing all available all available data, the Lord Captain and officers conclude that the mirror functions in line with the rotation cycle of the planet on which it was found. During the first phase, the mirror absorbs all organic life reflected in it. During the second phase, the mirror regurgitates the organic material it has consumed, starting with the simplest organisms and progressing to more complex ones. Thank you, Nix. Keep the mirror. Now that we know how it works, we know what to do with it. The crew seem numb with horror as they hear the order, yet they obey without a word. The mirror remains in a sealed compartment while the ship continues its journey onward. I like mirrors. Especially mirrors like that. Alright, what do we have here? Singed Cape. Over here, Idira, you can have the Singed Cape. We'll come down here. A vigilant member of the Augur crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed. Did I already do this? I guess I did not. Let's go play with the ships.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel and its hollowed guns.
I don't like that.
Annihilate them! Torpedoed!
Yes, they are.
This one's going down.
Exactly, Cleave Wizard. It's not heresy, but if you think it might be, Inquisitor, feel free to check it out. Let me lead you to it during this specific hour. Alright, and then I will go like this. Cover my ass, quite literally. I am one tile off. Yup, I should have. You right.
Proceed accordingly.
Never punished.
Bleed them! Annihilate! Good for the Pont Valencia Saddle.
Nice and easy. I guess that, and... this. Alright. Yeah, Fiji, you asked me what level I am. I am 36, almost 37. Oh, right. I have to have Heinrichs with me for Kiavagama. Pardon me as I stretch. How do I want to go about this? Level cap is 55, yes. Let me see what Revan suggests for gear for Heinrichs, since I haven't actually used him before much. Mechanicus Respirator. Do I have that on somebody else? Where do I get that from? Ah, okay. That's the respirator you were talking about the other day. Zarkovian Soldier's Armor. Yeah, I have a bunch of fuel, I just haven't gotten back there yet. I don't know where you get the Zarkovian armor from. It's not showing up in the guide that I have for, like, armor locations. New DLC. Okay, that would explain why. Swashbuckler Cloak. I can give that to him. And then Demon Tool. Tour. Spirit Drape. I feel like that is on Idira at the moment. Yes. Warp Surge, Brooch, Diagnoster. Diagnoster, sure. Do you have the Warp Surge, Brooch? No. Alright. Augmented Gloves. Don't have those yet, either. Inertia Boots, nope. Those are, yeah, you can have those. I guess I'm not taking Abelard with me if I'm taking Heinrichs with me. The alternative is I don't take Argenta with me, but she's my demolitions person, so I kinda want her with me. Oh no, inertia boots, not pneumo boots. Sorry. Okay, where the hell do I get inertia boots from? Are inertia boots from, like, the new stuff, too? What? They have to be from somewhere in here. I swear I've heard of them before. Boots, 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 boots. Tactical boots. Is somebody already wearing the inertia boots? No? I have no idea then. Opticon 22 for inertia boots. What? But they're not there. Did I just misspell inertia? I don't understand. He's already wearing them. I'm just a moron. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, Cursebringer, Veil Render, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. And then, alright, so we need gloves, and we need... a helmet. What kind of gloves can we, fit on this person? Ten strength isn't the worst thing in the world. Alright, 10 strength it is. Then a helmet. %5 armor. Could go with that. It might just have to be 5% armor. Okay, and then we can throw something else in one of these slots. I don't know how many human enemies I'll be fighting here. But the anatomy tome could be okay. First psychic power used in a round always triggers a psychic phenomenon. Nope. Ten lore warp. Alright. I will just go the anatomy tome and hope that there's some human enemies there. Do I have any Medicae? No, I don't actually have any points in Medicae. That's fine. Won't be as good as Abelard, but we will bring him instead of Abelard, nonetheless. I see. Abelard wanted one more fight before I, remove him from party. I see, I see. Oh, this fight again.
I'll see you destroyed.
Astute observation. Lucius, I'm relying on you.
Okay, I will use this one for once.
A valid argument.
And then I will Finest Hour myself.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact.
Here, we perfect spot. Pull the bold.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
Put more exploits on. And then surefire plan.
Suits my purposes. Another clean strike.
Okay. These are threes, right? Yes. I will bounty it.
All two. Value has been lost.
Okay. These are also threes.
Nothing I can. Another clean strike. Don't have time for this. Suits my
Reload.
purposes. Not a problem for me.
And then I can just claim the bounty on this one up here.
Too easy.
Cool. There are two, so I won't bother. I will throw this on the pink horror, though, just in case.
The machine spirit's proof.
Let me see here. Yeah, this is fine.
Standard shots.
And then I will reload.
Nowhere to hide. Trusting me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, Aogun, you can come up here.
A
Fire.
close but necessary excursion.
Okay. Now I get to come up here. How do I not have sight on this from any angle? That is annoying. How's it going, Anka Velmar? Hope all is well. Things are going pretty good over here. Playthrough is going well. I haven't died but the one time in the very beginning. I like how she has sight on it from here, but I did not.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. I'll do it.
We are nearing the end of Act 2.
Join me in prayer.
I essentially have Kiavagama, the newest DLC stuff, and then some cleanup. Seriously, Dargonis? Alright, that's fine. I'm actually okay making one of these here. But yeah, I'm almost level 37. Things are going well. The planets keep having events pop up, which is slightly annoying, but complacency -2, complacency +1. This will take 2 profit factor and give me complacency +1. I don't think so. I'll just use some Drusian's faction favor. Why did those go down? That didn't say it was going to put a minus on all of those. Whatever. I was honestly expecting Foulstone to want something as soon as I came back over here. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, we are in the system of Kiavagama, the main industrial world of the Von Valencius dynasty. However, our astropaths report that attempts to contact the Governor Geprak have been unsuccessful. But wait. Lord Captain, a new report. Kavagama is sending a request to exchange data. Should we accept it? Accept the transmission? As you command, Lord Captain. The Vox Master switches to a nearby comm channel to relay your instructions to the crew. For several minutes, nothing happens. Suddenly, a deafening screech erupts from the bridge's Vox system. You hear violent tirades of garbled binaric code like the low chuckles of machinery. Lord Captain. Interference detected in the compartment's Vox system. Looks like the bridge is cut off from the rest of the void ship. The void ship's bridge. Sounds of working cogitators and officers' footsteps. The everyday scene is interrupted by an ear-splitting beeping sound, followed by lumens going out. In the dim glow of candles and emergency lights, one of the officers in frame cries out. Another falls to her knees, clutching her head. Over the beeping of boxes, shouts can only just be heard. What's going on? The doors are locked. We've lost all contact with the compartments. One of the bridge officers turns to the throne. Lord Captain, the Vox stations are malfunctioning and overloading the system. None of our outgoing transmissions are getting through. The incoming ones that do make it are distorted beyond interpretation. Decipher the incoming Vox transmissions at all costs. Proceed. A team of decryption experts gets to work. Data tethers are inserted into sockets as they connect to the cogitators. One of the Vox clerics leans over the console. Another is writing something on a piece of parchment. But then she bursts into maniacal laughter and stabs herself in the eye with a steel quill. Another scream. A tech priest who was mid-prayer tears himself to pieces with his own mechadendrites. More and more lunatics are mutilating themselves and lunging at others. Portion of picked recording damaged after contact with unknown object. An enforcer shoves a rabid servitor away from the Lord Captain as he executes one of the lunatics and roars a series of orders to the rest. The madman's body falls at the rogue trader's feet as his commanding voice, magnified by Vox amplifier, carries over all the noise. He orders the crew to master themselves immediately, promising to personally execute anyone who fails to do so. Some of the lunatics quiet down, others try to snap out of it. One pins her hand to a panel with a dagger to stop herself from moving. Another fervently whispers prayers. Some return to the cogitators. Others lean over the wounded. Shots ring out. Those still on a rampage are executed by the rogue trader himself, as promised. Scrap code. The voice belongs to the on-deck engine seer, who has turned to the Lord Captain from his station. We have been attacked with scrap code, a tech heresy designed to corrupt machines. The transmission received from the planet was infected with this taint, and it's now running through the ship's veins. Omnissiah preserve us. The Voidborn officer appears before Lord Captain once more. Whatever it is that's attacking us, we have a backup procedure that can circumvent the Vox barrier. In the atrium leading to the bridge, there is a terminal for an isolated system that might still be unaffected. A loud pop. The pipes over the officers' heads burst, and a blast of hot air flings the Voidborn away from the Lord Captain, his body slamming straight through a cogitator panel. The picked frames spin uncontrollably. The servo skull was jolted by the gust. The picked recorder fogs over, the Vox picking up, the crackling of electricity and a death cry. Gas on the bridge. A junior attendant shouts and instantly doubles over, inhaling the poisoned air. The rogue trader commands the crew to carry on with their duties until the very last. Nah, we give the order to evacuate immediately. Rogue Trader personally oversees the evacuation, bring the plasma cutters, get the wounded to the exit. The officers repeat his orders. When the servo skull following the Rogue Trader reaches the doors, they fall to the plasma cutters and crumble outward. The rogue trader is the last to leave the bridge. Leaning on a support beam, the rogue trader takes several deep breaths, trying to flush his lungs with fresh air with air. Then he straightens, smooths his uniform, and heads toward a goal known only to him. The servo skull follows. The atrium is in a state of panic. Silhouettes skitter about in the dark halls, illuminated only by flickering of emergency lumens. Scrap code better than vibe code? Probably. Not a high bar. Curt orders and someone's feverish words of prayer can be heard. Having lost all communication, the beheaded ship is writhing in agony. It takes a while for the Lord Captain to find the cogitator mentioned by the fallen officer. The panel of the isolated terminal is riddled with cracks and bloodstains, and the floor by the terminal. And on the floor by the terminal, a tech priest is lying in a heap with his head smashed, and technical liquids mixed with blood oozing out of his ports. Take his chances at restoring the terminal. The rogue trader rips the power key off the tech priest's mechadendrite and opens the cover on the terminal. Sparks fly into his face, but he's confident in his manipulation of the tangled wires and clanging levers. After replacing the cover and ensuring that the system is restored, the Lord Captain brings up the required data on the screens. The maintenance bay is sending out hundreds of desperate distress calls that have gone unanswered up until now. When the machines went out of control and started turning people insane, others, driven by some hateful and paranoid logic, started butchering the servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Tech priests have sustained heavy losses, but the remains of the cult are still holding the line. Out of everything that's happening on the ship, the situation in the maintenance bay is the direst. Scrap code is basically warp-infused computer viruses that are capable of transferring from Vox broadcaster or terminal screen into a victim's soul. Loves eating tech priests. Yeah, so still, it's better than vibe code. I get you. The Lord Captain knows where help is needed most. He decides to head to the maintenance bay himself. The rogue trader arrives not a moment too soon. The crew's frightened and out of their wits. The crew, frightened and out of their wits, have already cornered the priests of the Omnissiah and are about to execute them. The Lord Captain stands between the angry mob and the tech priests, his sheer presence already giving the crowd pause, partially cutting off any objections from the crew. The rogue trader orders the officers he gathered on the way here to escort the mutineers out and set up a guard post outside the bay, where the tech priests begin to offer desperate prayers to the crippled machine spirits. We return to the bridge. The walk to the bridge is uneventful. The crisis has passed. Although wounded and crippled, the ship nevertheless is returning to its normal operation. Life on the bridge is as bustling as ever. Even though the people are surrounded by destruction, the senior officers have the situation under control, and the people have been organized. The emergency crew have already finished repairing the pipes. The technomats are setting up cogitators and consoles, and the healers are bagging up what few corpses there are and examining the wounded. By the comm station, the rogue trader runs into the Voxmaster. Praise the Emperor, you're in one piece, Lord Captain. The situation on board is satisfactory. I was just in the middle of setting up comm channels. Soon, all the Voxcasters will be fully operational. Lord Captain, the Voxmaster's voice is quivering with exhaustion. The situation has been brought under control, more or less. It will take some time to eliminate the consequences of the attack completely, but the vessel is capable of motion. We may even be able to conduct a warp jump if you feel we should leave the system. Allow me to bring you up to date. Fortunately, the bridge suffered only minor losses. The reports mention only a few casualties that have already been replaced. Yabagama went silent after transmitting the harmful signal. I will refrain from sending inquiries to the industrial world to avoid a second attack. I am afraid we have exhausted our options for remote analysis. More information can only be obtained by closing the distance or even sending an away party to the planet's surface. The Vox clicks as Heinrichs joins the channel. The time has come to remind you of our agreement. I must be present in your entourage during your expedition to Kiavagama. I am counting on your cooperation. The crew is awaiting further instructions, Lord Captain. Alright, I will examine these 2 planets so that I get my level. Yeah, I mean, Abelard's getting swapped out for Heinrichs, but that's about it. Everybody has a level up. Over here... Lore Xenos and Lore Imperium? Are those what I'm going? I think so. Yes. Okay, I will go Lore Xenos. And then here... I want to get... Hunter's Ambush. Didn't Pascal have something on Kiavagama? I do not know. I will check before landing. Over here, we get more athletics. And then... Abelard, what are we getting you here? Contempt for the weak? Sure. Adira. Awareness? Yeah, awareness first. And then here... You know what? This is pretty decent. 15% armor pen. Let's go with that. Gun. I feel like I'm gonna need tech use here. And I don't know what to give you here. Alright, let's take a look, see what Revan says, or recommends. What? Kinetic module. Do I already have that or something? Why do I not even see it? Oh, sorry, that was the Overseer version. I was like, what the hell? That makes sense. What I get for looking at another person's builds. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I figured it out. Um... Reserve optimization. I already have that. Okay, that build is worthless to me. Shit. uh... Fire at will. Oh, you know what? Good call. Good call. Thank you. Jai. What am I going with you? Commerce. Lore Xenos. Lore Imperium. Commerce. Okay, what do I want on you? Could get some Medicaid, could get some Persuasion. I don't know what requires the highest skill checks in the game or what, like, values are needed. Could go more into coercion. There are very few bad options here. I just don't know which one I want. Let's go Lore Xenos, because I know what Act 3 is about, kind of. Better safe than sorry. And then here... What does this do? Sure. Just a little bit of resolve stacking there. Here, demolition. That one's easy. And then... What does this do? Burst, any of the Arc Militants' burst attacks and melee area attacks reduce the dodge of all enemies hit by... Sure. Over here, Fish Waifu, what are you doing? You are... Lore Warp. And you are... Fire at Will. Kibbles. You are Medicae. And then you are... Perfect Anatomy, huh? Do we already have that? We do. I'm going to go Acute Pain. Because it's at least somewhat useful. Maybe not like immensely useful, but somewhat useful. Pascal, you are going Tech Use, and here we are going... Share the spoils. Okay. You, athletics. And then over here. All-encompassing agony. You can have Lorzinos. And then share the spoils. Demolition. And I have no idea. Automatic protection, huh? What does this do? The protected ally ignores attacks of opportunity? Oh, neat. Painrix. I don't think I'm forced to take, Pascal with me, but I could be mistaken. This dwarf planet is marked on the Von Valencia's Protectorate charts as Atla? Or Adel? She doesn't deserve to, associate with her kin. And serves as a backup source of water for the habitable worlds of neighboring systems due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating in the Adel, hydrosphere. What do you mean, Cleave Wizard? Due to the abundance of bacteria proliferating, the extraction of ice was stopped half a century ago, but much to your officer's surprise, the augurs detected an unidentified mining rig deep underground. Presumably, the excavation is aimed at extracting clay minerals near the planet's core, enriched with iron and other metals. Send a scouting party. That's fair. I mean, I have the Manipulus with me. He's just the better tech priest anyway. Sorry, Pascal, you've been replaced. The Extractium turns out to be Incendia Corda's latest investment, whose domain is located just within a few jumps from the Granex system. While this world is of little value to the Von Valencius dynasty, your officers see this gesture as an attempt to test the boundaries of the newly minted rogue trader's leniency. Yeah, he does, but that's whatever. It won't be needed. You know, just a little bit of overconfidence here. The Seneschal considers this act unacceptable and insists on confiscating and rebasing this extractium that was illegally set up. We could allow it. We will rebase this extractium. Workers and the token security crew do not even attempt to resist the superior force. The machines are delivered to the flagship's cargo hold, and shortly after, the officers plant the Von Valencius banner on the spot where the extractium used to be. It is once again, time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch, and I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses content. I will be back after the ads. The ads finished. Let us continue. Alright. 3 there. 2 there. Are there any over on this side? I don't think so.
Torpedoes locked.
I will move here. Deploy these. This just gives evasion, right? Yeah.
Fire the last batteries.
Is there anything else I want to do here? I want to throw this on my front. And then we come over here and blow this one up. Probably. Rude. Okay, we fire.
Down. Another salvo.
Then I will come down here.
Onward.
Restart shields. And I will protect my right side. And I suppose I will rotate that one for a little bit of damage. Darn, not quite. Alright. In case these ships come over here then. The Heartless doing work. Was that everything? No, there's one way up there still.
Lay in the course. Torpedoes.
Hacking, really? Easy enough fight. Nope, that's just kind of garbage. It feels so wrong not bringing Abelard with me. It feels so indescribably wrong. I'll get over it. Heinrichs frowns as his eyes sweep over the manufactorum's dark halls. No solemn ceremony, no personal meeting with Magi. I fear we are too late and we won't be dealing with clandestine heretics after all. Remind me, what is your mission on Kiavagama? I assumed I would conduct an investigation and track down traces of the cult of the Final Dawn. I believe I can discard that plan now. Both the incident with the scrap code and the manner in which we were forced to land on Kiavagama indicate that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, I must use this opportunity to try to determine what the cult was doing on an industrial world, and what specifically interested them on a planet full of sacred machines and servants of the Omnissiah. First, we must find someone who can tell us what's been going on here. Heinrichs pauses, straining to hear something. If that is, there is anyone left here to speak to. Any suggestions for how to proceed? Start, let's look around and find out why the arrival of the rogue trader did not elicit the usual fuss. To speak plainly, I would not count on a warm welcome at this rate. Better keep your weapon at the ready. We'll learn nothing by standing here. Let's go. We want Idira here, Heinrichs here. That'll do.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess
Follow my lead.
The servitors before you appear as if they are performing some elaborate and confusing dance. Striking strange poses, they rock back and forth with their arms bent at peculiar angles. On your approach, one of the servitors jerks and tries to turn in your direction. The rest immediately repeat the motion. The strange scene is complemented by a grating sound, dull clicks just at the edge of your hearing, coming from an unknown source. observe the servitor closest to me. Based on a cursory inspection, you conclude that the servitors were designed for precision work on an assembly line, possibly circuit production. The number of high-quality, expensive augments in their bodies greatly exceeds basic standards. Servitor's hand moves. It is slowly reaching toward you. Avoid its touch. Gently and swiftly, you step away from the servitor. It stretches out its hand as if trying blindly to touch you in the space that you've already left, and stills once more. Seems its brain is incapable of quickly processing changes in its surroundings. Find the source of the repeating clicks. Soon enough, you locate the source of the clicking. On the back of one of the servitors, a tumor oozing with murky ichor is growing straight through the augments. The relays coated in inflamed tissue, are blocked, hence the reason for the persistent clicking. A mutation in a servitor? Tech priests typically reject the use of flawed soft tissue for their constructs. Perhaps something has caused this aggressive growth, and quite recently. Look, Nuncius, an atypical formation within the servitor, but it is functional. Eogan addresses the servo skull in his characteristically eccentric manner, while briskly inspecting the growth. Moreover, this teratoma is a very recent formation, yet it has already succeeded in obstructing multiple critical control nodes, binding the machine spirit in fetters of organic matter. Mere coincidence or malevolent intent? Cut away the tumor forming on the spinal cogitator. Without much difficulty, you cut the excess flesh from the mechanisms. The liberated relay lets out a rapid burst of clicks, then a spark flashes before your eyes, and something begins to hum deep inside the servitor's flesh. As if on cue, the servitors stop moving, lower their arms, and turn to you. Crew 24, second lane of the manufactorum, commencing work. State your request. The servitor addressing you is looking past you, and the voice is coming from the vox built into its throat. Follow your default programming. Whatever that may be. They're just following me now? Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. They're surprisingly not a liability. Oh, cool. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. View the first data log. Praise be to the Omnissiah, whose might and power transforms dead metal to make manifest the holy visions of the machine god. The new protocols received at the Synod from the Great Fabricator Censor have been executed, despite those who shuddered at the thought of changing a standard procedure. Embolden your hearts. For those whose inner weakness breeds errors in personal calculations. For the Fabricator Censor is the conductor of the higher will and the wisest among us. View the second data log. Today, at the Supreme Assembly, the Fabricator Censor unsealed the vaults of the sacred designs and committed those deemed redundant or heretical to purifying disposal. Today, dozens of standard procedures were lost, to be replaced by new ones, which the Fabricator Censor will deliver to those who demonstrate the greatest devotion to serving the truth. But the databanks contain no notion of truth. Could there have been, may the all-knowing one, the gracious keeper, forgive me, an error in the Fabricator Censor's calculations, and he meant to say, serving the quest for knowledge? View the third data log, which is hidden by the protection of the machine spirit. Your knowledge of machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system and subdue it to your will. A false query, a crafty manipulation of the controls, and you get what you want. One sec, I gotta cough. The instrumental terminals have already been replaced, and the material delivery systems are being prepared for divine transformation. The execution of the new procedure has been delayed, for there are some in our ranks who doubt the words of the fabricator sensor and his votaries, and there are some who are not susceptible to the enhancement protocol that carries our tech comrades to enlightenment. May the deliverers of fate be merciful to them. Inaction is death, and I must be returning to our great work. Praise be to the truth that will reveal the path to the knowledge shrouded in darkness. Is this one a different one? Before you is an ancient but wholly typical console intended for use by people not trained in the mysteries and ministering of machine spirits. The cogitator is completely silent, but as you approach, you sense the warmth emanating from its metallic casing, a telltale sign the machine is working. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archives stored on this cogitator. The vast data repositories contain millions of strings related to receiving raw materials for processing, shipping processed metals, and schedules for sacred rituals to be performed over the machines coming off the production line. The manufactorum once operated like one gargantuan, well-oiled mechanism. The last record is from 2 months ago.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Thousands and thousands of voices crying out for salvation. In hope. With wild promises. Their pain is your reward, interrogator.
Have a good night, Fiji. Thank you for stopping in.
I will pretend I did not hear your last words, witch.
Massive cogwheel constantly drives the colossal gear system, which is lost in the haze. You hear dull thuds from within the thick metal as if some process, endlessly pounding, is running in the depths of these pipes.
I won't tolerate weakness.
"16 Universal Laws, the Mysteries. A tome containing revelations of the Omnissiah recorded in special binaric dialect. Only a member of the machine cult Mechanicus with a key to decipher may partake in the wisdom of the machine god." The lumps protruding under the tech priest's bedraggled red robe hint at the mechanisms implanted in his body. You see his haggard and sickly face under the archaic respirator augmetic. A click, a clank, a barely audible hiss, and then, and only then, the tech priest's vox finishes his word, identification. Eogan, no. The single word uttered by Eogan rings with a metallic clang entirely uncharacteristic of his voice. Under controlled laboratory conditions, I would venture into such communication, but presently, Nuncius strongly advises against assuming the risk of data contamination. I align with his judgment and propose that everyone else do the same. We examine the tech priest. You carefully study the robe-clad figure. A black border of necrosis spreads out from around the tech priest's implants. For some reason, his body is rejecting the true flesh. A moment later, you recognize the dominant smell of in the bouquet of scents permeating the air around the tech priest, the stench of rotten meat. Ew, this guy smells worse than a grox fermented and spent promethium. I bet he tastes even worse. Who are you? Magos Kustos of the Machine Sanctum. Tier 2-0 identification. Where's the fabricator sensor? I will only speak with the person in charge of this manufactorum. Denied. The irregularity demands execution of Protocol 3942 in accordance with Fabricator Sensor's decree. Oh, what happens if I stick to the protocols? Oh. Kind of traumatized by Baldur's Gate 3 giving me, like, out of, freaking visual novel deaths. I'm gonna trust my boy and not. I will not be doing anything until I meet with the Fabricator Sensor. Anticipated process disrupted. Execution of disposal protocol recommended. The tech piece draws his weapon and his robe opens. Your senses are hit by a fetid wave of rot.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Okay. I will move back here. Adira, you can be here. Vesper here. Aogun. Why not? Argenta. Sure. Heinrichs. Jai. And then Copper Tongue comes back here.
Executing command. Useless. Underlying.
Let us do this.
Command.
And then throw this here for armor on them. Okay. And then I will actually use this for once.
Astute observation.
And then we give Zen a turn. Pull. Exploits. Perfect spot.
Already done. Nothing I
Surefire
can't do.
plan.
All too easy.
Worth it.
Suits my purposes.
We bounty that one.
Nothing I can't do to hide.
Goodbye, corrupted servitors. Or not. They seem mostly okay.
Already done. Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Hey again, you can give me another turn.
Restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Not a problem for me. Value has been lost.
Not the best first contact with the world's inhabitants. I hope we will find someone more able to hold a conversation, willingly or not. I should have moved. That is on me. This is fine. We come over here. And, fire.
Motive force shields me.
There we go. Argenta. You know what to do, Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak.
You get to finish them off.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Let me reckless
Faith
rush.
without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Then we
As the
run and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act.
Move up. And fire on them. With a concentrated
God,
fire.
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it.
We swap back over this way.
Faith
Wildfire.
without deeds is worthless.
And burst again.
Doubt is for the weak. I woke up with a feeling of wonder. As if
None
a
shall
field of
stand
flowers
in
was
my way.
blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. A thousand
Nice chill
heretics
fight.
were burning alive, begging and sobbing and howling.
That is just worse arc rifle than what I have. Is that to get up or to get down from there? I can't tell. I guess to get down. Up we go.
It's about time.
Okay, that works nicely there.
Would you look at that?
Duty prevails.
Oh, it's on the other side. There is someone here. It's a good place to hide or set up another ambush.
Follow my lead.
Nothing I can't mend.
Okay.
Was insulting.
Do you see that?
That sucked. What?
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
I swear to God, yo.
Never doubt me.
Alright. Well, time to fix this.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
Thank you. Now where were we?
Let me tend to your wounds.
Vital functions restored.
Be
Thankfully,
strong.
we have
Greater
an essentially
trials lie
infinite
ahead.
supply of these.
I owe you a debt.
Let me tend to your wounds.
Thank you.
The pain will subside.
You have my thanks.
Yes, very.
Let me tend to your wounds.
My flesh and holy machinery function as one again.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
It's okay. That's what my consumables are for.
Victory awaits!
A small, heavily augmented man in a filthy, tattered robe stands before you as you approach. He hesitantly looks up at you, his eyes filled with horror. A portable inscriber with a keyboard hangs from straps at his front, and you can see his detached cerebral cogitator peeking out from under his hood. You have nothing to fear from us, Deus Mechanicus. The tech priest decides to take a better look at you, after which he lets out a ragged breath and manages to subdue his shaking. You heard my prayers? I thought I was alone in a kingdom of madness and depravity. Please save me. Tell us who you are and what happened to you. I am Manufactorum Lex Mechanic Zeta 86. I performed the rituals of the machine spirits of Foundry 95 up until we started going mad. Priests devoted to the Omnissiah suddenly started praising the dawn of something or another. They stopped the belts. And then they desecrated the visages of the sacred machines with unholy symbols. Some of them resisted. The others grabbed them, tied them up, and then they turned their implants to heresy. I saw the madmen, my former tech comrades, deliberately connect those poor souls to corrupt cogitators. I watched as they were infected with scrap code. How did you manage to avoid the same fate? I didn't avoid it. They performed the same procedure on me. I felt the touch of unholy code. I allowed it to control me. I abandoned my sacred post and followed one of the traitors, serving his will and gathering all the data for his blasphemous experiments. I was driven by an unholy impulse coming from the depths of my auxiliary cogitator, where the code had lodged itself. Kadira appears at the Lex Mechanic. The whispers are dancing around you, latching onto you, but not for long. Maybe it will happen yet. Maybe it won't at all. Before I found a way to throw off the compulsion, I witnessed horrifying heresy, the extraction of true flesh, and its decomposition on altars, perverse procedures that resulted in heretical abominations. I even accompanied a fallen Magos to the fabricator sensor himself and attended the unholy mass he led personally. It was a wicked ritual, full of willful deviation and blatant inaccuracies, all to create an ungodly monster in the name of the final dawn. You don't act like the other priests who were infected with corruption. The Lex Mechanic gestures at the wires and connectors spilling out from under his hood. Praise the gifts of the Omnissiah. I managed to disconnect my external cogitator, which I used for primary data processing. The machine is corrupted. The scrap code is locked inside it, like a beast in a cage. But anyone who tries to look inside will fall victim to the heretical program. My primitive brain has been marked by corruption. I still see their silhouettes, hear their interference. I sense the malfunctions in my augmetics, but I was still saved from the great sacrifice. Oh, blessed are the workings of the Omnissiah and his benediction that shelters the weak from the evil. Heinrichs tenses ever so slightly at the Lex Mechanic's words. You see his hand casually stray to the handle of his weapon, but the interrogator is in no hurry to act. You mention a monster? Is that some kind of weapon? No. Not those constructs that are melted down in furnaces and sent into the depths of the Manufactorum. It's some kind of semblance of a cogitator, a nightmarish parody of a sacred machine, powered not by the Omnissiah's grace, but by the unholy spirit and life force of the unfortunates imprisoned on the lower levels. I don't know much, except that the fabricator sensor saw the machine as special. It was special to him and to the crazies who defiled the Omnissiah's abode with their obscene blasphemy. For the final ritual, he even called upon one of the Astartes heretics who arrived at the Manufactorum after the start of the uprisings. He did something terrible. And only after that were they able to switch the machine on. It is a true abomination. Even standing near it is unbearable. I believe that even those who have been deprived of the Omnissiah's grace still feel its influence on them. Its monstrous power utilized for unholy computations and chaotic calculations. Whatever the cogitator might spew out at the end of its cycle, no righteous soul should accept its heinous offerings. How did your crazed comrades behave? Like the grace of the Omnissiah had left them entirely, replacing free thought and progress with blackest corruption. I witnessed them desecrating structures blessed by the fabricator censor himself, though, what do the blessings of that rotten traitor count for now? Like men possessed, they set upon the sacred instruments and assembled shells and nodes that didn't match any diagram or blueprint I'd ever seen. Sacrilege? You mentioned someone imprisoned on the lower levels? The lay servants of the main units. They live in isolated segments under the sacred machine halls. I heard they were locked in there after the takeover. Then my crazed brethren changed the system for disposing of slag waste and covered the machines in cursed symbols. After they started the cogitator, they dragged the survivors out of the segments under the machine halls. Well, what the survivors had turned into. You like the Hades Gamma? Yeah, it's nice so far. Oh, I do imagine. I find sorting the inventory annoying now. I can only imagine how it's going to be in Act 3. Pardon my stretching. I did not sleep well last night. You demonstrate exceptional powers of observation and recall for someone who just happened to survive. I'm a Lex mechanic. Gathering data is the purpose of my existence. That's even what they used me for. He trails off, belatedly understanding the subtext of the interrogator's words. They used me against my will. The scrap code turns everyone into their slave. Before I rid myself of the cogitator, I was forced to serve alongside those who perpetrated these atrocities and witnessed their obscenities. What do you make of it? The interrogator tilts his head. Servant of the Omnissiah, I must know more about the Final Dawn, the fabricator sensor, and his mass, and about this machine as well. I could give you the coordinates, but the Lex mechanic drops his head. Even though I was present for many blasphemies committed by those heretics, all the details that were captured and processed by my true flesh are in the augmetic that was corrupted by the scrap code. I'm convinced that if I hadn't fought off the foreign compulsion in time, I would have been doomed. The corruption would have spread to my biological cogitator as well. The Lex mechanic taps a finger on the device hanging from his ear on several wires. I swear that no devout tech priest should come into contact with what's hidden in that once sacred device. Heinrich's expression shifts as he stares intently at the disconnected implant and the still intact connectors protruding from under the Lex mechanic's collar. The corner of his mouth twitches involuntarily. Let's see. You looked at your last save from a year ago prior to starting a new playthrough. The inventory was reporting a nightmare. Yeah. Could the cogitator be disconnected and reconnected to another machine? Even if the very idea of exposing a holy machine to the scrap code wasn't profane in itself, my augmetics are not universally compatible. They cannot be connected to another machine spirit. They were created to interact within the system of my true flesh, to innervate my compulsor unit and output data via the inscriber. Once I'm safe, I swear that I will immediately perform a cleansing rite and destroy. In other words, there's only one way to extract the data stored in the cogitator. What are you talking about? If we connect the cogitator to the augmetic system, the Lex mechanic will serve as a conduit for transmitting the data. We will learn the details, even if they are incomplete, of the things he saw and heard, but is now unable to recall. The Lex mechanic, who has been listening to your discussion in puzzlement, finally understands what is going to happen to him, and he begins to back away in fear. No, anything but that. I'll die. No, it'll be worse than that. I'll succumb to the corruption. I'm begging you. Please. I'd rather be burned as a heretic than have the scrap code in my biological cogitator. At these words, Heinrichs pauses for a fraction of a second, almost as if reconsidering. We cannot allow the information to go to waste. One life is a small price to pay for the good of the Imperium. It pains me to choose this option. For the good of the Imperium, like a snake, Heinrichs lunges at the Lex Mechanic, whose mouth opens in the beginnings of a squeal. One sec, I gotta take drink some water. Pinning the babbling Lex Mechanic, Heinrichs uses his free hand to feel for the connectors of the external cogitator, and then for the socket at the back of his captive's neck. The Lex Mechanic struggles a few times, but when Heinrichs twists the reel on the cogitator's hanging wires, the Lex Mechanic lets out a chilling howl and arches his back sharply. His hands twitch and leap to the inscriber and begin typing furiously, pounding on the keys with huge force. The scroll that creeps out of the inscriber's printer continues to grow, undulating in waves of parchment that settle on the floor. The crunch of breaking bones can scarcely be heard over the hammering of the keys. After several minutes, the Lex Mechanic's fingers are well and truly crushed, and blood is spattered over the inscriber. But that does not stop him trying in vain to press the keys over with the scraps of bones and skin that remain. Heinrichs tears off the parchment and skims his eyes over it, sometimes frowning and looking away as though his eyes are paining him. It will take some time to study this in full, but at first glance, the data from the Lex Mechanic's cogitator suggests something of the nature of the cult's major preparations, refitting the manufactorum, accumulating resources, mentions of focus points. These are preparations for a large-scale chaos ritual. It appears that the local cogitator, whatever that may be in actuality, is one of the key points in this list. We can learn more if we find the construct that was created on the Fabricator Sensor's orders. The coordinates are here. It is located here in the bowels of the Manufactorum. We had better hurry.
A new challenge for me?
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Okay, this is a decent-ish plasma pistol. It's better than the plasma gun, just with less range. I think I'm okay with that. "10 ballistic skill, 25% critical damage." What are my current gloves? Oh, man. These are so tempting. I think I will probably just wear these. "25% critical damage is nothing to scoff at. What? Where did they go? Oh, they're not... No, they're gloves. Why did I not see them when I... Oh, because I typed in gloves. These are bracers. I see, I see. Yeah, I'll take that.
None shall stand in my way.
That was a problem for you.
Okay. Oh, hey, we can athletics back up.
The Inquisition taught me many things. There.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There's a scrolling line of repeating technolingua.
Hey, what's that?
This is a tome containing warnings of the Omnissiah. This set of unshakable tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus is hidden from the eyes of the layman with a special binaric cipher. Only an anointed tech priest can divine the sacred knowledge from this folio.
Follow my lead.
This guy looks fun. The massive Magos, clad in a ritual garb, lets out a binaric trill and turns to you. From beneath the deep hood of its mantle, two dimly lit eye implants gaze out at you. You hear another binaric tirade, this time clearly addressed at you. Who in the void are you? Nah, I'm gonna go number 2. What's the matter, little tin comrade? Implants on the brink? Forgotten how to speak properly. You dare address me in the vile tongue of savages? Me, the steward of Kiavagama, lord of the machine world? Kneel, pathetic spawn, if you seek a swift disposal. You propose that I, the rogue traitor of the Von Valencius line, kneel before you. I am giving you 5 minutes. No, not to beg for forgiveness. To speak your last words and to offer your final confession. You are one of the troglodytes who once had the gall to oppress my comrades and resist my will. A messenger from the barbarian who drank the sacred unguents bestowed upon her through others' toil. Very well. Your appearance is the perfect opportunity to teach your ilk a lesson. My name is Pubis Delphim. I once held the title of Fabricator Censor of the Kiavagama Manufactorum, but I rejected it, along with other fetters that hindered progress. Once my faith was flawed and led naive fools from the cult Mechanicus into the darkness of ignorance, now I am this world's master and serve the true gods. You tread upon their territory, and you do not number among their legion servants. Therefore, you must be subject to immediate disposal. What you do with the governor of Kiavagama? The removal of unserviceable artifacts was the first step toward retooling this world. Only my tech comrades heeded the call of truth that reached into their cogitators and allowed them to pierce the veil of empty dogmas. So you've traded one master for another. This is my world, and it will serve only me. Even a cursory analysis of the data shows that the probability of this outcome is negligible. You, like your predecessor, are but an artifact of certain calculations, one that requires minimal resources to revise. You may be driven by your will to fight, but know this, Kiavagama has already been converted, its lines have been restructured, and its servants have already tasted the fruits of progress. In the crucible of this manufactorum, torrid liquid metals will be used to forge vessels for sacred spirits. The adepts are already tirelessly delving deeper into new mysteries that were once barred by false tenants. You, servants of fake gods, are too late. The entire might of this world will soon rise up against the anathema and his slaves. So many open admissions of heresy and so few sentences. Sister, how many death sentences would you say his words warrant? I cannot answer that, Master Von Calix. It is not my duty to measure the guilt of heretics. When the Adepta Sororitas appear before enemies of the Imperium, it is time to fire, not count. And now is one of those times. Check the chronometer. Your 5 minutes have passed. I hereby sentence you to death, and I will be the one to carry it out. Comrades, purge the Manufactorum of any random variables. I must prepare for the culmination of our great works. Let the outsiders let their blood mix with oil. How do I get over here?
It's about time.
Did I miss loot up here or something?
Easily done.
Oh, it's down there. Okay, how do I get over there?
A new challenge for me?
It looks like I have to go around. I like this corrupted servitor. He's just chilling up here. I don't think he's supposed to, but you know.
Victory awaits.
That was a problem for you.
You want to play Tech Priest who becomes that thing? That does sound kind of fun. There is a mod that allows you to start as the Tech Priest origin, but I don't think there's any mod that gives you the cosmetic skin that would make you look that way. Sadly. Alright, I do feel there's probably a large fight coming up here soon. It's going to be 2 minutes early, but I'm going to play the ads just to prevent them from playing in the middle of a fight. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I'm going to use this opportunity to hydrate myself, maybe cough a couple times. My throat is killing me right now. So we will see. I will be back in 3 minutes. Alright. We are back from the ads.
I
Let
won't
us
tolerate weakness.
continue forward. Likely into a fight.
What is that?
The Emperor favors me today.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Alright. What do we have here? Heinrichs, you can be here. Jai, you can be there with Copper Tongue behind you. Yadira, you can be here with Burb behind you. I will be right here. Argenta, you can be over here. Aogun. You buff me?
Astute observation. A valid argument.
Give me extra damage. Give everybody else extra armor. Give me the charge distribution. How much is that doing, by the way, now? 70? I can get behind that.
The machine spirits approve.
Alright, I will perfect spot. Pull the bold. Go down exploits.
Suits my
Surefire
purposes.
plan. That's a 3, so these would be 1s. Yeah.
Nothing I can't do. Upon my might, filth.
Did you get the bonus for that? I did not. Sadness.
Absolutely not.
Can't use because of the effect.
I'll pass.
What effect? Oh, shit. Because it was the charge distribution that killed. Yeah, because it was the charge distribution that killed the enemy. I got a savor the kill, and I can't attack. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Alright, I guess I will use this.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will.
If I come over here, I can...
I shall not fear.
Perfect spot.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Over here, precise attack.
Too easy. Not a problem for me. Suits my purpose. Nothing I can't do.
It's a 43% game.
My purposes.
Can I have this, please?
Already done.
43%. Claim the bounty.
All too easy.
Uh-huh. Okay. I have a lot of, temp HP right now. AO gun. Okay.
Not a problem for me.
Argenta. Argenta, you can just chill up here. There really is nothing for you to do. I'll come over here and use the, Furious Recital.
I'll do it.
Can I get a better angle with Reckless Rush? Maybe that'll be fine. Yeah, actually, we can. That'll do.
Guided by faith.
We'll come up here, rapid fire.
Strike is a thread.
And then we
As
run
the
and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act.
And Revel in Slaughter. That won't reach. That's fine, then I will just fire a single shot. Followed by a wildfire. Into a burst.
My Emperor.
And then Firearm Mastery.
His will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act. You can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will. Faith without deep my Emperor. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
Okay. Heinrichs. You can just bop everybody here like this. I don't need you to go, like, hog wild here or anything. We've already essentially won.
Nothing I
Reload. 28. Compared to 28, it doesn't really matter. Then I'll be here behind cover.
Let's see how they respond to this.
And then we perfect spot.
Nothing
Pull.
I can't do. Suits my purposes. Not a problem.
Precise
for me.
attack.
Already done. Holding me was your biggest mistake. I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Nice chill fights.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Just a worse arc rifle than what I found on Footfall.
Over.
Marks of Chaos seem to draw your eye and strike terror in you at the same time. It doesn't want to let me loot these. Okay. There we go. One new arm?
About time.
Wait, did I get something? Or did you get something? Very nice.
Aha! Found it.
I'd better myself through my service.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Back in the wall.
Duty prevails.
Late in the reputation, there's one of the melee grapple arms that's unique, that uniquely does direct damage. Ooh. That is neat.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
A new challenge for me.
Okay, what do we have here? Melta Ultima. That's kind of whatever. And here we get Cerebral Hollow Ocular MK1. I think I already have the upgrade for that, but I'll take it anyway. Something is howling within the metal housing as if the machine spirits of this cogitator are lamenting some irreparable loss. Force access to the cogitator's systems. Your knowledge of the machine spirits is sufficient to trick the system. You gain access to the cogitator's systems. The device's machine spirit can do nothing to thwart you. Subdued by its defeat, it hides in the depths of its lair. We awaken the cogitator's machine spirit again. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within this cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. Oh! Oh, I see. That is hilarious. I see what you can do here now. Oh, that is beautiful.
I won't tolerate weakness.
As you approach the cogitator, you notice a number of deep scratches left by huge claws on its metal surface. You get a sword. Oh, so with notes, my kibbles is just chain grappling enemies all over the place. Nice. As you approach the cogitator, you notice, deep scratches. Despite the apparent damage, the machine seems to be in working condition. Activate the emergency bridge lowering protocol. You touch the levers and the reels on the control panel and disturb the slumber of the spirits that reside within the cogitator. The machine dawdles as if still drowsy, but nevertheless performs its assigned function. View the log. The log contains nothing of interest: the maintenance ritual schedule for the sacred machine that moves the bridge, an activation log, and a few notes of a religious nature entered by tech priests.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Must be my smuggler's instincts.
Okay, Argenta.
The Emperor favors me today.
There's a dying priest. This pile of human remains, carelessly tossed together, emits a suffocating stench. The torn, gutted bodies once belonged to the tech priests, but you cannot spot even a glint of metal anywhere. All their implants are gone. Suddenly, one of the ravaged bodies makes the tiniest movement. The tortured man's lips move ever so slightly, his half-closed eyelids twitching. Approach the still-breathing man. The man can barely breathe without his respirator implant. It is a miracle that he survived the horrific vivisection, but it takes you a single look at the gaping wounds where the augment was ripped out to realize death is only a matter of time. As if having sensed your presence, the half-dead man looks at you and sharply inhales hot air. Machine spirit, deliver me. Heresy. To dare sever sacred metal from the flesh of the machine god servant. Damnation upon those who committed this deed. I will purge the motive force from their bodies and grind their flesh into disposable biomatter. With anguish in his eyes, Eogan levitates beside the poor soul. A gentle mist starts pouring from his alembic, carrying the sweet scent of an anesthetic. Who did this to you? My comrades? His voice is barely audible. Seems each word takes the man a great deal of effort. Machine spirit, has the Omnissiah truly abandoned us? Yavagama has fallen into the maw of the eternal enemy? The holy magi, they succumbed to heresy. The rest were stripped of their true flesh to feed the heresy. Preserve us, deliver me from erring. Sacrifice, living blood, from vessels of true flesh, while their heart is still beating. After that, oblivion. I knew you would come. I've waited so very long. Deliver me from my torment. What a horrible fate to be betrayed by one's own. Without uttering a single word, Eogan extends a mechadendrite injector bared toward the poor wretch, administering an unknown golden liquid into his neck. The manipulous's face is set in a mask of deepest sorrow. The maimed man flinches only slightly at the injection. but his breathing starts to even out, despite the oily film clouding his eyes. The faint ghost of gratitude shines through. Steel your heart, servant of the Imperium. Your words will help me bring down those who have betrayed Kiavagama. Something flashes in the man's eyes, as if your words have allowed him to gather what remains of his strength. Gritting his teeth, he barely raises his head and fastens his mad gaze on you. May the Omnissiah strengthen my will. May I renounce the dissonance of variation. No, machine spirit, angel of the Deus Mechanicus, that I saw the fabricator sensor himself, ripping the flesh out of our tech comrades and chanting a litany over vessels of corruption, sarcophagi forged from corrupted metal, unholy shells designed to house evil. The fabricator sensor does not serve the Omnissiah. He obeys a different power, the one whose herald came to Kiavagama at the onset of the insurgency, his mouth spewing lies and corruption. Fear him, for he is, the words escape the man's mouth, along with his last breath. Having spent the last bit of strength on his confession, he goes limp in your arms forever this time. Alright.
The machine god was benevolent.
The device is now evidently used to chop bodies into pieces. What was once an ordinary cooling fan.
None shall stand in my way.
I like this zone. This zone has a very nice aesthetic to it. Nice for me, not nice for the people dealing with it, clearly. The Cogitator's panel has dozens of breakers, buttons, handles, switches, and other control mechanisms. And by the way, that's a really high praise coming from me, because I usually hate levels that are, like, super brown or deep red colored. Just in general. Because, I am red-green colorblind, and it makes it difficult for me to, tell what's what. The Cogitator's panel has a dozen breaker, buttons, handle switches, and other control mechanisms. View the log. You discover the local data crypt with contents collected by either previous operators or the machine spirit itself. Using your access, you study the archive stored on this cogitator. That is a heretical opinion of aesthetics. Yeah, any levels that are like super red coated, green coated, like deep green coated, or brown coated, they all just kind of look monocolor to me at that point. Review the supply protocol. At first glance, the records look like a typical shipping report, but after further reading, it becomes apparent that the focus here is not ore or assembly parts, but augments extracted from living tech priests and spent mass, the flesh of the victims killed either during or for the sake of the machine rituals. The log looks damaged, the lines are uneven, and some of the values seem impossible. After a few minutes of studying the records, you feel your head begin to swim. The stored data can only be comprehended by a twisted mind touched by chaos corruption. Review the Ascension Protocol. This record looks like a sermon of some mad chaos worshipper. The log, clearly written from someone else's words, mentions the heart that exudes virtue and the cradle that rocks the child of truth. Step away from the cogitator.
Follow my lead.
I might need to take a day off of streaming sometime this next week. My throat is absolutely just raw at the moment.
Nothing escapes my sight. Never doubt me. See? Right there.
We will take this and give it over here. But I don't want to play Baldur's Gate. Well, I mean, I've kind of been getting the itch to do a heavily modded Baldur's Gate 3 that just, like, dials the difficulty up to, like, 11 to make it actually semi-interesting. But I don't know. I don't know. This game wasn't bothering me too much in the first act and like majority of Act 2 because I'd already done it before, so I didn't have to read much aloud. But now that I'm actually sitting and reading stuff because I haven't done it before, and I'm reading it aloud, it's taking a toll on my throat.
I better myself through my service. Duty prevails.
And then we come over here, throw this on. There we go.
A new challenge for me?
Okay. I want to go explore.
It's about time.
I don't want to go to the next area yet. That might be the next area. Let's go exploring.
Victory awaits. I won't tolerate weakness.
How do I get to that? Is there another set of stairs I can...
Join me
Is it...
in prayer.
Do I do this?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Affirmative.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright. Over here. We throw this here. And then we do that.
The Emperor favors me today.
Cool.
A new challenge for me?
Starts mysterious mechanisms in motion.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge.
This large device is a cargo lift used for transporting parts.
It's about time.
I can't stop thinking about the governor of Darnkess. Why wasn't he there when they stormed the rogue trader's palace?
When disaster comes knocking, a businessman's only concern is for his own property. The governor is a businessman, after all, albeit one dressed in the garb of a servant of the Imperium.
Okay.
Victory awaits!
Just making sure there's nothing more to disarm or anything. I had an autosave happen here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Never doubt me.
Oh, we have a Chaos Marine here. Find within the primordial truth the strength and power to deliver retribution unto those who kept you blind. Sated with its divinity, manifest the will of the two gods and strike down the unbelievers.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'll play with the Chaos Marine. The Chaos Space Marine towers over the Tech Priests, bowed heads like a dark cliff. He is reciting a sermon, slowly, almost chanting. From the mere sound of his deep, low voice, you break into a cold sweat, and your gorge rises. Listen, for my words reveal to you a path from the darkness unto the primordial truth, which has thrown open its gates for wayward souls, seeking deliverance from the shroud of lies and torments of enslavement. Your minds have shed the bonds of the dogma that has guided you into the abyss, except now the hope granted to you by the greatest of word-bearers. Sacrilege, here on the soil of an imperial world. Heinrichs hisses through gritted teeth. I knew our meeting on Reich at Minoris wouldn't be the last, but to run into this anathema here, Yavagama did not merely succumb to heresy then. Your world is in the clutches of the greatest evil known to the Imperium. Aogan speaks softly, raising his hands, for thus spake the machine god in all comprehending binaric. The distortion of my design is heresy. The brethren who have succumbed to this blight must be utterly purged before they spread the corruption further. Voice? That voice? Have I heard it before? Or no? It's like it drowns out all other voices. Let's leave. Quickly, please. Interrupt the sermon. with a paean to the God Emperor. The words of the righteous hymn cut through the torrent of the heretics' impious proclamations. You feel as if the light of the Emperor himself touches your heart, warming it with grace and protecting it from malignant corruption. Yeah, Space Marine roars in fury as the tech priests turn and charge you as if on cue.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Come to chaos!
Alright. Here, I will go right here. Heinrichs. You can go like here. Argenta. Jai. Eogun. Kadira. Vesper. That'll do.
A valid argument. Astute observation.
Give me some extra damage. Give everyone else extra armor.
Lucius, I'm relying on you.
We will charge distribution.
A valid argument.
Give me one moment here. Sorry about that. I had to cough. Alright. And then we give me a turn.
Spirits approved.
From here, I...
All
Perfect
too easy.
spot.
Nothing
Pull the
I
bolt.
can't do.
Throw down extra
Not a problem for me.
exploits. Surefire plan.
Suits my purposes.
Miss. Dear God, 95% misses are... What the shit, yo.
All my might, filth.
Okay, that is fine.
Suits my
We will
purposes.
bounty him. Surefire plan.
Already done.
There we are. And then end. Only to get another turn.
This is an incontrovertible fact.
Pull. Give exploits.
Nothing I can't do. Not a
Surefire
problem for
plan.
me. Nothing I
We
can't
pray. And then we attack in.
do. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. Nowhere to hide. Nothing I can't do. Didn't stand a chance.
Why did Nuncius take damage all of a sudden? What the hell? Oh. Oh, I see exactly what happened. That is hilarious. What is it? Expert Finesse. I killed something T4 or higher, and I immediately reload my weapon and attack the closest enemy in their line of sight. But for some reason, it counted the corrupted servitors as enemies.
All too easy. Passing me was your biggest mistake.
Alright. This is fine.
Suits my purposes.
Argenta. Come up here slowly.
This battlefield in righteous fury.
In case there is an explosive.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Easy fight.
Follow my lead.
They didn't even get to do anything. What do we want here? Arc Strategist's Mantle. All bonuses from the wearer's combat tactics areas are increased by 5% for 1 round if the wearer uses a stratagem different from the one used before. I didn't want that bolter. Get out of here.
It's about time.
I will check that out a little later. I wish I knew which doors were safe to open and which ones would, like, irreversibly, progress me. There we go. I'll just go with that. Not the word I wanted, but we'll go with it.
New challenge for me.
Alright, let us...
That was a problem for you.
Move that, then we can come over here. Heck use.
As I prognosticated.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, this looks like more fun. Demence, the tech priest tears himself away from reading his data slate and looks up at you. His respiratory augmetic is missing. Instead, the lower half of his face is covered in deathly pale artificial flesh. You take note of the multitude of fresh augmetics attached to his head. They seem to have been inserted haphazardly, and pus is seeping from the untreated wounds. I hear your footsteps in the void. You are Von Valencius, are you not? You are Heretic, are you not? Merely a seeker of knowledge. However, the experiments I have conducted extend far beyond the allowed limits of the ordinary. Of an ordinary transmechanic tasked with maintaining a planetary Vox array. But ever since I received that strange signal, my ears have been opened to what I had previously considered to be forbidden knowledge. Every night since then, I've been tuning my Vox station to that very frequency and listening to the voices. Am I a heretic? The fabricator sensor didn't think so. He conducted inspections, but he did not prohibit my research. Later, when a mysterious visitor revealed the truth to his optics, he came to me once more. I nurtured the scrap code form in the depths of my mind. It still lives, or it lives there still, eating through my synapses and building new connections that are open to the new knowledge of change. Is freedom heresy? If so, then I am a heretic. Identify yourself. My name is Demence Hanuman. I believe it is familiar to you. I am acquainted with Magos Hanuman. I see why Pascal would want to be here. I'm acquainted with Magos Hanuman, and something tells me that you two are not related. Are you the, We are not. The name Hanuman, it is spoken surprisingly often these days, wouldn't you say? The tech beast smiles enigmatically, but the smile feels as if it has been stapled to his white face. My Vox station picks up whispers repeating this name. Are you the one who stole Magos Tarzis' personal code and made an attempt on his life? No. Why would I do that? It was the work of the maimed hunter. I am giving you a chance to explain why you're using the name of another. Another? I have the right to bear this name. It is my humble inheritance, which I received from Archmagos Amernot. To renounce it is to betray his ideas. The blessed Amernot taught us that the cycle must be discontinued. And it seems I have become his best student. Now I aspire to know all, comprehend all, as is the Omnissiah's will. I'm deciphering a great mystery, and my name became the start of the key. I analyzed the archives and found it in places where it should not be. Hanuman. I kept seeing this marker upon the traces of a great plot, of the deception created by Archmagos Amernot. No sound mind is capable of such twisted cunning, but my mind was no longer sane. It could no longer stay within the narrow confines of the norm. Each new discovery loosened the imperatives of obedience and granted ever greater freedom. I developed. I avoided the traps of the maimed hunter who seeks to hide the truth, but words mean little. You want me to show you the truth? His pale lips spread into a smile. Fine then, show me your truth. The tech beast turns his data slate around. Vid screen is covered with green runes, performing an ungodly dance of computation. It is no easy task to keep up with scrolling numbers, but you manage to pick out a few equations, schemes, theorems. They are all senseless, for the simple reason that each one is based on an absurd violation of the laws of calculation. Your calculations lack sense. They are riddled with errors. They do, and they are, in this place. But there is another place where they have the right to exist, where nothing and nothing can add up to become something, where the mathematical zero can perish and decay, and infinity can measure itself. The warp. You used warp technology. I altered the planetary Vox array, replaced promethium with fuel made from the souls of servo servants. The sum of all knowledge that exists in the world lies in the warp, and I am extracting it. Do you think it's sacrilege? I think it's sacrilege not to do it. I think it's hypocrisy to reject warp technology, to betray the Omnissiah's commandment that we are to know and comprehend all of creation. This conversation's finished. The voices warned me this moment would come.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
And here, we move Heinrichs up. I move there. Argenta. You move to where Jai is. Vesper, come in here. Be a good burb. One, two, three, four. Of course. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course. We do have access to hitting the Vox skull, though.
Astute observation. A valid argument.
Okay, and then for everybody else, we do this.
I'm relying on you.
Charge distribution isn't needed here.
A valid argument.
Pull, exploits, perfect
Already
spot.
done. Suits my
Surefire
purposes.
plan.
Nothing I can. Value has been lost. Not a problem.
Mark
for
you
me.
as prey.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purpose. Another clean strike. Already done. There's nowhere to hide.
So close. If only I had remembered to use Surefire plan there. I think I could have got the kill. This is fine, though.
Not my specialty.
Alright, here... I can... go exploits on things. And hunt
Suits
them.
my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Then give me a full turn.
Restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Okay, then I can move up here. Perfect spot.
Suits my purposes.
Pull.
Nothing I
Go
can't do.
more. Exploits on.
Suits my purposes.
Surefire plan.
Another clean strike. Not a problem. Stand a chance. Already done. Another clean strike. We shall prevail.
Well, that was a very fast and easy fight. The glow of dead stars. Interesting. Uh, 10 bonus to logic. This augmentation belonged to the fallen tech priest who called himself Demence Hanuman. Was torn out of the heretic's skull after his demise. Alright, over here we want plasma. Oh yeah, this is just double what we're currently using.
I won't tolerate weakness.
A mishmash of steel wire and augmentations, shaped by some madman into unknown and frightening monstrosity.
Follow my lead.
Okay, we can come back up this way. We will release the car brake here shortly. I want to explore over this way first, though.
Victory awaits.
Redemption Gauntlets. Each of the wearer's melee attacks made against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness reduce the enemy's strength and agility by 10. Cerebral Inverter. MK Operative. How is this different from the other one that does this? It's just like Cerebral Inverter MK1 or whatever. Alright. We head up.
The Inquisition taught me many things.
And then we can head back down.
There.
We are approaching a level again.
I'll lay claim to the stars. It's
Okay,
about
what was the
time.
purpose of that? To get that, I guess?
A new challenge for me?
Yes. I go where the whispers lead.
It looked like there was something there to get, but I don't see it.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Cogitator looks dead, only a single lumen. Bring your Elect 2 to the scanner. Several lumens light up on the panel. You hear distinct clicks and the cogitator goes quiet, clearly having fulfilled its purpose. Ah, I see.
We need to investigate.
Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. This is Kiavagama.
Halt.
Welcome back,
I
Falcon.
noticed something.
Where is the disable for that? Hello? Why do I not see a disarm anywhere? Am I being blind? Can someone tell me where the disarm is? Is there a line going somewhere? Is that a line going somewhere? On top of the computer? Okay. Been busy playing card and board games for the last 3 to 4 hours. Nice. I will move people in one at a time then.
Jokes that once said aloud
Oh,
make
God.
eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about
It's
black
B.
comedy.
It's one of these.
I'm always ready.
What kind of check is it? It's a cogitator. It probably uses my entire party.
Victory awaits.
Gotcha. Towering furnace, wreathed in scarlet light, fills you with awe. As you approach, the heavy thrum of ancient servo motors erupts from the machine's depths, along with crackling binaric undertones. The dust-covered keys are illuminated by a faint, pale glow. Input the code to disable the traps. The furnace responds with a short binaric signal that evokes the mechanical rustling of unseen switches. Request Theodore's data. The machine reacts with a curt binaric signal, followed by a low, drawn-out tone.
Doubt is for the weak.
I see. I did not have the stuff needed, apparently.
Back into the fray.
That does not remove it. Cool.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, we have lore warp.
The premonition runs true.
This eerie looking makeshift structure is an altar to Tzeentch. Amidst the revolting totems and twisting symbols dedicated to Chaos Gods, you notice a string of 9s burned into the metal surface. I agree, it is a little crazy how little you seem to remember of this game.
It's about time.
Oh, man.
A new challenge for me?
I don't know if this is the final boss of this zone. I legitimately don't know if this or this is the way to go. We'll check the other way again. $4K and no Los Dos. Most zones only have one final boss that, like, you have to clear before it, like, cleared, but maybe there's two? Flamer, Digi-Weapon, a marvelous compact weapon in the flame of a ring that allows the wearer to fire Flamer shot stream once per combat. I'll take this. That can go over there.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
Okay, I think I've done everything there is to do except for this now. I think. No, I have not done this area yet.
None shall stand in my way.
Aha! Found it.
Duty prevails.
Something of interest.
I better myself through my service.
All right. Should I go back and go inside here?
Victory awaits.
Fuck. Where does this take me?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is this the final boss area of this zone? Should I go fight the other dude first? I don't want to miss out on killing one of them. Either order works. Okay.
It's about time.
I will go take care of the other one first, then. Cleve says that either order works. I'm gonna go with, what he said. I'm feeling so indecisive right now. Heinrichs insists on going in there? Gotcha. Oh, I stepped too far forward. Guess I'm doing this now. Numerous wires and pipes run to the filthy cages, which are filled with what looks like a conglomeration of human bodies. You cannot make out who is in the cage, but bright blue sparks flash intermittently in the darkness, while the mass of flesh twitches and shudders. Heinrichs casts a scrutinizing eye over one of the cages before withdrawing his weapon and approaching to examine what lies inside. Careful, Heinrichs. Look at it. Heinrichs gestures toward the cage closest to you. Through the metal bars, you see it truly is a pile of human bodies, or something that used to be. The monstrously deformed bodies are fused together in places, while others were severed using saws and knives, leaving wounds, seeping pus, and slime. Wounds that are, agglutinating, and sprouting tendons. Rods connected to wires that run to a nearby cogitator bristle across the flesh. One of the human heads turns to you. Mercy. Even attempting to speak causes the mutant pain, but he bears the agony and forces out the words, "Mercy, make it stop." Study the mutants closely. You examine the pulsating mass of flesh. The creature in the cage seems to be composed of several bodies joined together. You see no sutures or any other means by which the separate parts could have been connected. Among the layers of meat, you can discern large knots of muscle, various limbs, exposed bones, parts of faces, and entire heads. Only warp sorcery is capable of creating such an abomination while preserving its ability to live on. What is this? Heinrichs takes in the surroundings and once again fixes his attention on the contents of the nearest cage. I'm beginning to have some idea. The Lex mechanic mentioned the inhabitants of the lower levels who had been imprisoned in their homes. He said some of them were brought here. The cultists did something to these poor people in their own home, and now they're studying the results. They're people, monstrously mutated, but people. Heinrichs nods grimly. Yes, this is what warp sorcery has done to them. To be precise, I have seen many mutants whose features have been distorted under the effects of the archenemy, but this is something beyond all imagining. The Lex mechanic talked about some kind of slag waste disposal and chaos symbols on machines. What are the archenemy's minions doing to the people of the lower levels? To know the workings of the dark sorcery means allowing corruption into oneself. These are warp mutations, no doubt. Perhaps there was some side effect, and that is why they are brought here, to be connected to the sensors and cogitators. Even fallen tech priests who have rejected the Omnissiah are driven by a perverted hunger for knowledge. Have you ever seen anything like it before? I have seen a great deal, Rogue Trader. That includes mutations caused by the sorcery of chaos, but what frightens me the most is not their repulsive form, but what is hiding beneath it. A human soul in torment. Chaos never forgets to ensure its victims retain the ability to suffer. Why are they hooked up to cogitators? Supposedly, decades of Inquisition work experience. Yeah, right. Yeah. Heinrichs carefully studies the screens of the computing machines. Lingua Technis. Corrupted by the scrap code, I'm sure. It's unlikely we will be able to extract anything of value from their data crypt. Thinking, Heinrichs clenches his fist and bites down on a knuckle. Then he recoils when the mutant from the nearest cage reaches a hand out to him through the bars. You, a female face, watches you from within the gloom of the cage. Even though half of her head has been turned into a mess of bones and lumpen growths, her single eye looks at you with surprising amount of intelligence. You promised? You promised us? Her words are echoed by other voices in the depths of the cage. Heinrichs leans toward the cage, but at a sufficient distance to ensure that the mutant cannot reach him. Who are you talking to? What did they promise you? Who are they? You? You took us from the Inferno? You promised us a reward? You. Her face contorts in a grimace, and the creature's lips stick together like melted wax. I'll be damned, they can still speak. They remember the people who did this to them? Heinrichs balls his fist into a powerless rage. Then he frowns in thought. Perhaps a little biomancy will allow us to draw the fragments of knowledge out of them? Or it will trigger further changes. Adira curses furiously. A little biomancy. This is the tangle of flesh and bone that by some freakish miracle still happens to have a soul and a mind? Come on, Iceman. Let them die in peace already. Heinrichs turns to Adira. You do not see his face, but you do see Adira suddenly shrink and cast her eyes down. If there's something that will make them talk, we must use it. Yes, it's possible another person would refuse to make such a choice, but we can use this situation to help the investigation. I'm not going to argue with you. It seems your mind is already made up. Heinrichs hesitates for a moment, then closes his eyes and raises one hand. You are enveloped by an otherworldly chill. The mass of flesh in the cage suddenly rears up. The mutant wrenches open its glued-together lips and begins wailing frantically. The shrieking is echoed by a chorus of howls and tortured moans coming from the neighboring cages. The mutant changes before your eyes. The tumors recede like an ebbing tide, revealing an emaciated female face, twisted in agony. The woman gasps for air, stretching her now mobile neck, and exclaims, "Liar! You promised to kill me? You promised me deliverance? Every one of you, everyone told me to have hope, and the pain would go. Accept the truth, for that is hope. My only hope is to be freed from this pain. Please make it so. Please make it." A lump of flesh behind her head shudders and sends out smooth fat tentacles that cover her wailing face and drag it into itself. You feel the pressure in your ears from the cage. You hear a steady, almost imperceptible sound that fills you with despair and horror. Rockseed. Jai barely breathes the word, not sounding at all like herself. With a sigh, Heinrichs lowers his hand and looks at what the creature within the cage has become. A wetly gleaming mass of meat and gristle that no longer bears any hint of its human origins. It pulses vigorously. And that's it. The lamentations of dying people? No, not just that. What it said about hope sounds like a lie of chaos, which it uses to take root in weak minds. I believe the corrupted tech priests repeated this phrase like an echo of what had been instilled in them. Whatever the cult of the Final Dawn is planning, false hope is a key component of their plan. It's a lead, a small one, but still a lead. That's that then. But do you know what bothers me, Rogue Trader? The number of people here. There are too few. The lower levels of similar manufactorums are inhabited by millions. What happened to the rest of them? Heinrich shakes his head. I know I won't like the answer. Let's go. We still haven't done what we came here to do.
Follow my lead.
This place is steeped in corruption, which means that it must be cleansed with fire down to the last crevice.
All right.
Sister, tame your fervor. Your zeal is laudable, but first I must ascertain the intentions of the archenemy, not crush its manifestations without a second thought.
Yeah? You're not entirely wrong.
A new challenge for me.
Alright, the data vault. The massive cogitator grows out of the metal bulkheads like a grotesque tumor. A hollow roar sounds from deep within the metal housing. Whatever spurred the computer into action has enough power to supply a small command center. As soon as your eyes fall upon the cogitator, you feel a tingling in your temples. Every nook and every component of the machine radiates with a sense of wrongness, one that is difficult to explain but no less palpable for that. It is as though the construct itself defies the laws of physics and perspective. Heinrich makes a warning gesture, his voice ringing slightly with tension. Is threaded with disquiet. Stop. That is a creation of the archenemy. Don't go near it. You have done enough for me in my mission. Don't put yourself at risk now. As soon as Heinrich takes another step toward the cogitator, it emits a deafening shriek, like hundreds of metal needles driving into toughened glass, as though sensing the stranger. Wincing, Heinrich approaches the control panel and bends down toward the screens. Despite the heat clogging the room, you feel an ice-cold breeze. Heinrich is clearly using his psyker abilities to try and fend off the pernicious effects of Chaos artifact. I will keep my distance and wait. A minute passes, then another. You watch Heinrich examine the cogitator, his eyes scan the screens, his hands darting from the reel to the lever, sometimes hovering uncertainly over the next switch, which immediately receives a coating of frost. At some point, you hear his voice, almost a whisper, barely audible above the clanging, roaring machine. Sacrifices. More and more sacrifices every minute. Heinrich looks at you, his eyes darker now, appearing almost black in his white face. Hecatomb, determinants. The womb of this cursed machine is down on the lower levels. The auxiliary enumerator controls the system for delivering molten waste under the manufactorum's main building. The cogitator is fueled by the energy harnessed from thousands of people who are flowing beneath our feet as slag waste as we speak. But I cannot even imagine the reason for sacrificing all these people. It's inconceivable. Now we know why the Fabricator Sensor prized this monster so highly. The cursed tech priest and his associates created something that went beyond the limits of the Omnissiah's power. This machine is designed to process myriad possibilities using warp sorcery. It has almost finished its task. It predicts the future. It predicts the future? How is that even possible? Do not attempt to gain any insight into the essence of machines corrupted by the archenemy. At least, not if you value your soul. I have encountered the heretics' mechanical abominations before. To truly fathom their nature is to allow a particle of death into your heart. But the fruit they bear, no matter how abhorrent their instruments, the fruit they bear could be useful. The deer opens her mouth to speak, but then drops her gaze awkwardly. Heinrich stares stonily at the cogitator screen. Yes, let's allow this machine to finish its calculations. I wish to know what precisely the cult's minions were so desperate to see in the future. Perhaps if we were to increase the power, it would be finished sooner. Cut the power supply. This spawn of chaos has no place on my world. Heinrich fails to stop you in time. Your blow sends the torn cables whipping out in every direction, scattering sparks and droplets of noxious scarlet slime. I failed the quest. But, was that not like the dogmatic option to do? It didn't say dogmatic, but it felt like the correct option. Why would I let it continue its task? That's insanity. And before I just broke something like massive, quest storyline-wise or something.
Astute observation.
Gotcha, gotcha.
A valid argument. The machine's spirits approve.
We do the standard buffing.
Suits my
Perfect
purpose.
spot. Pull.
All
Exploits.
too easy. Not a problem for me.
Surefire plan.
Nothing I can't do. Can blur. Already done. All too easy. Ah, another clean strike.
It's stunned.
A valid argument. Astute observation.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do. We must act.
Phoenix comes closer and stares at you, his eyes gleaming with naked, scorching rage. What have you done? Years of work, agents' lives sacrificed to uncover the cult's secrets, and you destroyed it all in one fell swoop? I did what any loyal servant of the Emperor would. Phoenix is silent for a few moments. Yes, you acted as the will of the Imperium dictates to all its humble lay people. It was a mistake to trust that you would see the difference between people like me and people like you. At any rate, rogue traitor, the Inquisitor will hear about this in my report. What, that I destroyed heresy? Fuck off. Why is it that the most dogmatic people are more heretical than the heretics?
Victory awaits.
They lust over the heresy more than the heretics do half the time. I don't know if that's just how Owlcat's writing it or what, but there's something wrong there. Imperial dogma is kill it just in case, except I did just kill the heresy, and he's getting pissy with me. He wanted to let the heresy live.
None shall stand in my way.
Nope, just dogmatic. Fabricator sensor Cubus Delphim. Upon noticing you, Cubus Delphim straightens. You hear the clanging and groaning of metal as if the pistons and bearings in the Fabricator sensor's augmented body have fused together. Repellent scrapes and screeches punctuate his speech. The probability of navigating your way of reaching the inner line was negligible. The primordial truth guards me and my work. Then why is it that this variable is yet to be eliminated? Because the schemes of the ruinous powers are powerless against the servants of the God Emperor, who are guided by his light. A gross misconception, common among primitive minds. Your existence is but a statistical error that will soon be corrected. I saw the strange constructs on the lines of the Manufactorum. What mad machines are you creating here? Steel creations destined to serve the designs of truth. Did you see the elegance of their form? Their flawless ergonomics? And these are mere shells. Oh, is Erlon here? Or in your game? Yeah, I know, right? Very nice. Let's see. True perfection fills them when they are instilled with the spark of life and granted purpose to bring their wrath upon the heads of apostates once this army is assembled. But why waste words? You will see for yourself a modicum of the splendor that is in store for the Cronus Expanse. Hey Zen, you sick of listening to the ramblings of this rusty cog yet? Like he's stalling for... Huh. The Fabricator sensor straightens his back and shoulders. You hear a mounting hum as if from some powerful turbines, followed by heavy footsteps and the grinding of metal against metal. Hey, it's friendlies! They're friend-shaped. What is that thing? Akira, you were on the one ship with me, with the Forge Fiend. Why are you asking? The Fabricator sensor lets out a binaric trill. Witness the weapon designed to carry the glory of the true gods into the darkness of the Cronus Expanse. My shepherd has sent me, one of his iron angels, so that its very presence may instill faith and awe in the hearts of his flock. Accept the greatness of the primordial truth united with the might of the new Kiavagama, and perish. I like how you only need rank 1 heretical to be able to dominate a metallic beast. For the Imperium, for the God Emperor.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Do these have the... Do these have the retaliation attacks that the one on the one ship did? Yeah? Oh, boy. Okay. That is going to be difficult to manage with arcing attacks. No? I'm getting different answers here. How's it going, Jerry? Hope all's well. These are so much less powerful? Hmm. Auto melee. Right, I should look at his stuff. Regenerates the wounds of all allied demonic creatures. Counterattack. Okay. All of that's fine.
The machine spirits of hope.
And...
Executing command.
Alright. We cull. We perfect spot. We cull. Exploits. And then over here.
Already done. What's your biggest mistake?
That's what I wanted.
Value has been lost.
Alright. I give myself a full turn.
Lies is an incontrovertible fact.
We pull. Go
Nothing I
exploits.
can't do.
Hunt.
Not a
Surefire
problem for
plan.
me. Already done. Hurting me was your biggest mistake.
And we get a free attack in. Over here. I'll hunt this one as well.
Nothing I can't watch and learn.
Game, you just always have to do it. It's like 1 in 5.
All too easy.
Your inability to distinguish ally from foe must be studied.
Nothing I can't do.
Surefire plan.
Suits my purpose.
Such a difficult game. I know, right?
With a debate.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating
That was
step.
Aogen getting a turn and me getting 1.5 turns, kind of. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to be here way earlier. So, you know. Easy fight. We go ballistic skill. Yeah, this can be the first mission after football. That makes sense. I am just a wee bit over-leveled and over-geared. I'm okay with that, though. I'm tempted to grab this for the penalty to dodge when I use Surefire Plan. Alternatively, Killing Plan for an extra 8% damage. Act 2 is so content bloated, it's insane. Even without the DLC, it is insanely content bloated. Is there anything here that I want? I don't think so. Yeah, that sounds accurate. Alright, yes, I'm going to go Killing Plan here because I can... it gives extra damage, and I can restore Surefire Plans. Just keep them going. Over here... How many of these do you get? Perception. Could go Perception for the awareness. It's tempting. So we have one here. One here. That's 2. 3. 4, 5. 6. So we can do 3. So I can do Perception, then Intelligence, and then Ballistic Skill, probably. Grenadier? Um... I do not know what to give her. I could just go Predicted Downfall. Make it easier to get that first hit in, because once I get the first hit in, that's essentially GG's. I'll just go that. There aren't, like, a ton of good options here. Over here, we go Intelligence. And then... what did I go over here? Fire at Will? Are there any plasma? Reloading a plasma rifle. Sure, I'll get that. He does use a plasma weapon. Yeah. When I'm at the end and just kind of scrounging for talents to choose, you know, I'll just choose good but not greats. Fellowship. And then we'll go more Lore Xenos. Oh, I already took that. Let's go Commerce. Over here, Heinrex, you are... Weapon skill. And then we'll go power armor. Or I could go Psyker Extremis so that when we go here, we can get another tier of something. Maybe. I don't know. I'll give him a power armor proficiency. Somebody needs to have it. Or should have it. That way I'm making use of the gear. So long as he sticks around. He seemed kind of pissed. Choose characteristic, ballistic skill. Could go Grenadier. I could also go base skill Demolition. Because some of the demolitions have been like 80%. I'm gonna do that. Okay. 20 to tech use.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, hey! Speaking of Erlon. Sharp pain pierces your head, and the light dims in your eyes. You smell smoke and burning, and you feel a wave of nausea. Your legs buckle, your knees hit the metal floor. In that same moment, the manufactorm surrounding you disappears in a whirlwind of mist, ash, and gray shadows. Struggling against the elements, you can barely raise your head to look. Your eyes sting and burn, but through the tears, you see it, a colossal silhouette rising above you. The roaring tempest is unable to shake the mighty figure. Try to get a better look. You squint and wipe away the tears, and for a moment, your vision clears. Before you stands a mighty giant, clad in dark power armor. lavishly adorned with bas-reliefs of snarling demonic silhouettes and punctuated with prayer scrolls. Two braziers are mounted behind his shoulders, burning with unnatural blue flames and emitting thick black smoke that curls and twists upward like a funnel. I am the master of those who have been felled by your hand in the halls of the primordial truth. I am Erlon the Cruel. The souls of my followers returned to the fount of power they served, crying out for me to cast my gaze toward the sacrilege. And what do I see? Yet another lackey of the Corpse Emperor? Oh yeah, he got super buffed in the last patch, too. The giant's voice causes the storm raging around you to die down somewhat, as if the very sound of his voice is enough to make the whirlwind subside. You glance at a huge warrior and notice on his chest a winding azure symbol. The shades of blue seem to glimmer and mingle together. Where are we? Where have you taken me? This is the bridge that connects our minds, created by the will of my slave, whose fate you should be envying. The Psyker is useful enough to me to be left alive, you less so. I am the sovereign of Kiavagama, and this is my world, not a dominion of chaos. Oh, clinging to illusions will do you no good. The rituals have already been performed, the mortals are already singing the litanies of the primordial truth, or decorating the sacrificial altars with their flesh. Kiavagama, as you call it, is already saturated with the nectar of truth, a fate that awaits all worlds that would stand in our way. What do you want with me? I want to look upon the one who has disrupted my flock's duties and my master's plans, the warrior from my legion, the fabricator censor. You think of their deaths as a triumph, however, it is but a minor hindrance in our path. There are other worlds that serve our goals. There are other sources of plasteel and adamantine. Revel in your victory. It will change nothing. Alright, unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. Ads are about to start playing. I'm not going to be able to get through all of this dialogue beforehand, and I was hoping I could make it before the ads, because I plan on ending the stream after this. So, unfortunately, the ads are going to have to play. I physically cannot stop them. They're going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour, or like, I don't know, 10-15 minutes, however long it takes. I won't be doing anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch you all on the return. Ads finished. Nevertheless, the blood in your veins whispers to the spirits that you warrant a closer look. Yes, you are a descendant of the rogue trader whose warrant Conrad Whitebeard sought to obtain. By defiling the relic and binding it to himself with the tethers of the Empyrean, he was meant to become my servant. A rogue trader who would do the work of the truth? But then you interfered. Could it be that you wish to gain the true God's favor instead? You wish to present the corpse's relic to me and serve the truth? Hear your very blood calling? Begging you to submit to me? What would be the point of futile defiance? Of the options here, I'm gonna try 3. I'm Rogue Trader of Kiavagama, or Sovereign of Kiavagama. The warrant belongs to me alone. All things in this world are subservient, to change. Rogue Trader, your predecessor thought herself immortal, and now, where is she now? What makes you think you won't be joining her shortly? This isn't your first time meddling in the deeds of the word bearers. You were there on Riked Minoris, and so I want you to know, if you hold in your hands that which is not yours to hold, and you will tell me yourself. He utters a few words in an unknown tongue over his shoulder, and you feel your head being clamped by an unseen voice. You feel your blood start pumping alarmingly, in your temples at an increasing pace, as the wind is knocked out of you. But then the drumming in your ears quiets, and your heart, which was about to leap out of your chest, slows its rhythm. Erlon chuckles. It appears I'm not the only one who appreciates the value of a pet psyker. I will make good use of your watchdog when my servants get to you. A gust of wind sweeps Erlon's figure away without a trace. The mist around you begins to dissipate, revealing the dark halls of the Manufactorum, and leaving behind an oppressive sense of powerlessness. Heinrich is standing beside you, white as a sheet, eyes wide, grimacing. The air around him seems to roil, though the phenomenon passes almost immediately. As he begins to speak, his voice sounds hoarse and cracked. That was not easy. I sensed the presence of another psyker. Someone made contact with you mentally, then tried to harm you with sorcery. I did what I could. You at least appear unharmed. Can you remember what you saw? Was a Chaos Space Marine one of the traitors to the Imperium? I don't think it was he who touched your mind. I wouldn't have had the strength to go up against a psyker from the ranks of those monsters. He might have forced some mortal to do his bidding. Perhaps it was through the same hapless medium that he sensed the deaths of his henchmen. Such indescribable power to have reached out to your mind at such a distance. You said something about Theodora, about how the blood in my veins will lead me to serve chaos. Mr. Argenta, who's been watching all of this intently, grows pale and makes the sign of the Aquila to ward off evil. Heinrich stares at you, whether in surprise or anger, you do not know. Then he gives a curt nod. I see. We can theorize later, although I will say that his words do not leave much room for interpretation. The Manufactorum around you looks the same as before the vision. Maybe the shadows have grown a little deeper and darker. You dust yourself off and continue on your journey through the darkness. The world's industrial heart has fallen to corruption, but numerous faint Vox signals from the periphery indicate that the planet's small manufacturing clusters survived without succumbing to the heretics. The sacred machines and hallowed lathes from these abodes have been reverently transported to the safety of the ship's holds. The fate of Kiavagama hangs in the balance. Purify and restore Kiavagama no matter the cost. This gives me the planet still, right? It says restore Kiavagama. Servants of the Adeptus Ministorum heeded the call and began to assemble a holy crusade to purify Kiavagama. It will take much time and effort to root out every tendril of corruption lurking in the dark corners of the Manufactorum. There we go. Cool. First boots. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 1 warp damage to each adjacent creature and to the wearer themselves. Blessed are the weaponsmiths. This is a plasma. Okay, that's kind of neat. And then here... Alright, I'm gonna go with this one just because of the security to everything. None of them are, like, super pertinent to me. And then we will look through these. The auger system is connected to the mighty cogitation blocks offered by the explorators. Enemies suffer minus 10% to their evasion. Okay, and we get explorators. Over here, mag trains. Giants. We need efficiency greater than 5. Maybe I should have gone this. This will give me 2 efficiency. Will that be enough? No. Metal of metal. 20 hull integrity. Okay. Okay, this gives 2 efficiency everywhere, so I'll be at like 4 efficiency, but this requires 5 efficiency. Ah. Plus 10 tech use, security, profit factor. This is plus 2 efficiency for everything. Oh, this doesn't have any... Oh, okay. So these 2 are... I don't need the 10 tech use. The Explorator's favor is nice, but I would prefer the efficiency, I think. And then here... Alright. Over here... Or here. Okay, these are interesting options. All things to look at tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or the subscribe button if on YouTube. Thanks for stopping by, G. Susterman. This will be all for today. Tomorrow I will continue, probably finish all of the exploration and the DLC, the Act 2 DLC stuff. And then I think it'll be ready to go on to Act 3. Whether I do that tomorrow or the day after, that'll be up for, you know, how long things take tomorrow. But thanks again, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you all tomorrow.